The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
Trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul,
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It is that magic day of the week, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious Sunday when we gather here for Church of the West. God bless every single one of you for coming together for the glorious, the one and only, the Church of the West. And we're hoping that the microphone is working, and it is. I believe it is. Featured stories today: White Men 86th, Poop City results. Same for airline pilots. TPUSA teacher ousted, and trans wants porn for kids, or else. Go free lesson of the day: when swashing, don't burn your energy on these 5 fatigues. You're going to want to stay tuned for that later in the gathering. Your comments and questions. And then there's this: a textbook flasher, trench coat and naked underneath, saw 3 little old ladies sitting on a park bench. He purposed to scare the ever-living life out of them. So he walked over, threw open his trench coat. The first little old lady had a stroke. The second little old lady also had a stroke. But the third little old lady, she couldn't reach that far. Yes. Yes, Samuski, I think, was the first one to get it. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Poop City on the Potomac, ladies and gentlemen. 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are here in service to white well-being, going free, Church of the West. What a glorious week it's been. Let me know that you can hear me. Let me know that you can. Boy, the little old ladies today, they're not like the little old ladies back in the day. I tell you what, it's great to see every single one of you. Thank you for coming over here for Church of the West. Be the algorithm. And you want to do things like swash, you want to share, you want to quote tweet, you want to post tweet, you want to quote tweet, you want to this tweet and post and that and the other thing to bring as many people in as you possibly can to the glorious work that we are doing here in service to white well-being. Mazumik says, we hear you, Jason. Now, that is because I speak from on high, from the clouds. Your hierarch of Church of the West is here. Nothing but victories in the house of Swash. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump right into it, if we can, to a special little incident that took place on the other side of the country from where I am sitting. I think it was in California. I believe it was in California. Let's see what we have here. This is the kind of thing that we want happening all over the country. But before we get to that, before we actually pull that up on the screen, how the world would be run if white men were still in charge, we're going to jump into some perspicacious comments, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few of them. The nameless one is up here first. He says, that really burnt me up. How dare they try to cover their tracks by mass reporting your accurate white-centric take. He's talking about on X, where I tweeted about this anti-Jew, this schmuck who is trans, and he wears skirts, and he's got a giant SS Death's Head tattoo on him, and all of the anti-Jews mass reported the tweet, and so it was obliterated by X. He says, how dare they do that to your white-centric take on this clear example of what you warn us against. When I see that degenerate and his tattoos, it's like I'm really seeing the face of every one of these, quote, race war woohoo types. Looks exactly how to picture them. Exactly. And he finishes with this. Jason is of pure white blood. It was super obvious when I met him in person. The cope is real with anti-non-whites. I know him being a do is already an easily defeated claim without my input, but it's like there was steam, he says, coming out of my head rewatching this part. They're really coping hard. I know what I saw in person. He has very white genes and energy. Give it up for the nameless one, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the nameless one. Big salute. Perspicacious comment. Vincent says here in the Perspicacious comments, oh my God. The title of the stream. I was so happy when anti-white became popular. I was so happy when I started hearing anti-whiteism everywhere. And when even ant-gnats started saying biospirit from time to time. And now this, Musk using white erasure. Absolutely. Let's get some raucous emojis, perspicacious comments, just a couple of more. And we're going to keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen, with how white men run the show. And wouldn't it be amazing if all of our positions of authority and power were white men? Well, you're going to find out in just a second. The great 4-0, ladies and gentlemen. The great 4-0 is in the Perspicacious comments tonight. He says, great job, Jason. Everything you said came true. And the anti-whites, including the multiracial Jew-hating community, actively try to discredit you. It's obvious to anyone paying attention that the Go Free method is the only solution to ending the victimization of Western kind. We must keep spreading and normalizing the concepts of Go Free while also pointing out who the traitors are. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the great 4-0, a god among gods. Heading over to Joe here. Joe says, last perspicacious comment here. at the beginning of our Going Free Church of the West on Sundays. He says, when I first got involved in this community, I didn't really believe the shadow ban claims. Now, people tell me all the time that my white positive comments are hidden by Instagram. My white negative comments never got that treatment. I am convinced it's real. I want you to reread that 10,000 times. Listening to me read it 10,000 more times, ladies and gentlemen. Another great example of when you're anti-non-white, you're not getting shadow banned. That is a resistance that the anti-white establishment permits you to take because it undermines the resistance. But when you are white positive, they shadow ban that into oblivion. Read what I have to say in the description on my X. Joe finishes with this. At 2 hours, 10 minutes, 14 seconds. This is the best part of going free, he says. I said it last week. I'll say it again. The elegance, the simplicity, it can be wielded with equal effectiveness by a child, by a simple blue-collar man, a humble mother at the local library, story time, a college professor, or a philosopher. It works on the small scale. It works at the grand scale. It works every time. The lexicon is self-defining and easily understood. You don't need to look up anti-white, mean pathogen, white well-being, or biosphere to understand what it means. And it's all free from the subconscious shackles of the anti-white narrative. It is sublime perfection. It can be a hammer. It can be a scalpel. It is the ultimate tool that will adapt to whatever situation you will ever encounter. It is timeless. Once you start practicing Go Free and understand the concepts and how to apply them, you will be able to inoculate yourself against brand new MPs as soon as you encounter them. You don't need anyone to tell you what it is or isn't anti-white. The only people who don't adopt the practice Go Free are simply too stupid or too stubborn. I've had multiple victories using Go Free in the few short months since I've adopted it. In all the years I was anti-non-white, I never had one. God bless the great Joe for stepping up here. Give it up. That's Perspicacious Comments, ladies and gentlemen, for getting started here today. Let's go ahead and jump right into this. Take a look at that screen. It's going to get graphic here in a moment. We're going to make it kind of small for the graphicness. Before we get to the graphicness, I'm going to show you this gentleman right here. That his name is Officer Mertz, and he is a total white man stud. A total stud. This is, I'm sorry, ladies, he's taken, he's already married, but he's a total white man stud. And this is the guy that we want showing up whenever you're in need, whenever things are going wrong and you need a police officer. If it's going to be a firefighter, you want this version of the firefighter, Officer Mertz. And what happens here? Well, he responded to a house where a Dylan Harvey was threatening to kill himself and to kill other people in the house. And he was on a little bit of drugs, and he was really upset. And so a bunch of cops showed up, and Officer Mertz was the only one to go into the room with the psycho Dylan Harvey, who had a knife, and he was fired up, and he was having a conversation. This was actually in Modesto, California. So it is in California, 2022. And this character here, he's talking normally, and the officer Mertz is trying to talk him out of it, trying to get him to turn himself over so they can take him for some treatment. But Dylan decides he's going to have a little stabby time with the officer. And the officer, if you're a little queasy, there's nothing really to see here, but just you can hear the gun go off. And so here is your pun intended trigger warning. If you're a little concerned about that, the Officer Mertz does get stabbed. But you also can't see that. There's a little bit of blood, and I don't even know if that's visible. So prepare yourselves for how a real white man takes care of a problem. And then you'll see in just a moment a lady officer and another lady officer who's a male, and they'll walk in the room after the white man has taken care of business. So let's go ahead and have a look at what happens.
Dylan, please, man.
Oh, come on. He's a benefit too.
It would really help me out, man.
Come on, dude. I know, but I'm going to have to talk to you guys after. That's why. If it's serious shit, it is. But if it's just like nothing to fool around with, it not is, right? Because Dumb's being himself.
Yeah, all right, come on, everybody. Let's go outside. Can we talk to you?
No.
Hey, relax. Please. Buddy,
No.
please.
No.
Dylan, come on. Right, man. Hey, whoa.
All right, so there you see. That is a giant knife on the screen there. And this Dylan is now trying to kill Officer Mertz, but he does a little tricky trick here.
Hey. Dylan, stop. Dylan.
What was that?
That was a gunshot. Dylan.
The other cop yells from the other room, "What was that?" And Officer Mertz is like, "That was a gunshot." Talk about sang-froid. Talk about ice in this man's veins.
What happened?
He grabbed a knife.
Are you okay?
Dylan.
Meanwhile, Officer Mertz is stabbed. He just shot Dylan in one bullet, kind of grazed, went through like his Dylan's side of his jaw there. And the other one hit the hand holding the knife. Let's have let's give it 07 to have this guy show up if you have any need for a police officer.
Dylan, listen, buddy, we got to put a tourniquet on your neck, okay?
Listen, buddy, we got to put a tourniquet on that. I just shot you. Based? Real? Based? Can somebody call this cop? Can we have this guy, chief of police over here in Northern Virginia?
Let me see. On your face. It's okay, it's okay.
Look, now he's going to start crying. Dylan's going to start crying because he's like, holy shit.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We got the knife. It's okay. It's okay. Come here. Watch out.
He's like, it's okay. Come here. The Officer Mertz is stabbed. He's trying to help this guy. He's like, all right, look, we got to put a tourniquet on it.
Come on.
You got gloves?
Yeah, I got a glove on.
Okay.
He cut me a little bit.
Are you okay?
Dylan.
He's not happy at all. He's going to cry. He's going to cry some. Let's see here. We'll shut the audio down for a second, so you don't have to hear this poor soul crying about this. Meanwhile, the other police officers, they don't even know how to look at this guy's got blood all over him. Here he comes. He's like, well, you need another tourniquet. And here comes the lady cop. They're like, well, what can we do? Nothing. You're useless. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the Officer Mertz. What a champion, a huge champion. 07s to this guy. This is how you know if the DC Waterworks were being run by this guy, there wouldn't be a Poop City. We wouldn't be covered in Poop City at this point. Officer Mertz, God bless him. We're going to jump on over to quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to, as soon as I can find the quick news and laughs, we're going to jump right over to those. And we're going to see. Oh, it's over here. Why are you over there? Too many monitors for us to have to monitor. Quick news and laughs. Let's have a listen. Chicago gangbang reportedly brandish machine guns, vow to control the neighborhoods. And Democrats still blame everyone but the criminals. Well, this is anti-whiteism. Look at this. But they're going to disarm. The government's going to disarm you, so you don't have a right to self-defense. And you got these people who are locked and loaded to the gills with all the weaponry they can find and get their hands on. Let's give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism. Base. This is out in, I think it's Portland. This is the government there.
And who am I?
They're making like little introductory hip hop sort of quirky videos.
I'm Caden.
Oh, look at Caden. Isn't he cute? He's got 4 or 6 inch stiletto heels on.
Our operations manager and policy aide. I handle all of the issues related to housing, land use, the comprehensive plan.
So all of the issues he handles relating to housing, land use. I wonder if you are going to be treated fairly when your white male ass heads down to the government. You need, maybe you need a change of zoning. Maybe you need to whatever. I wonder what's going to happen with this guy.
And transportation,
maritime
and renters' rights.
All maritime and renters' rights.
And
I wonder how, if you're a landlord, how you're going to be treated by little Caden here.
Have the best nails.
He has the best fingernails in the government with his little purse.
In the legislative department.
And I'm Councilmember Rink.
My name is Kenny Tran.
I mean, this is absolutely what white erasure has done. We're talking about white erasure this week. Big week for white erasure. And this is what white erasure has done to the white man's government. It's a bunch of bad children, inept, lame, awkward, and in some cases deranged children. What do you think this guy's in charge of? He's got painted up fingernails too.
I am External Affairs and Policy Advisor for Councilmember Rink. I handle immigration,
he handles immigration. Oh, isn't that great? I'm sure it'll work out to our favor.
Business, education.
Oh, small business, white man trying to start a business. I wonder how you'll be treated there. You're going to get the license you need? Probably not. Education? Well. I wonder why we have so many, even all the way down to elementary school. We had an elementary school out. The teachers led the children out for an anti-white, anti-ICE protest. And one of the kids was special need. And he ended up getting lost. And they found him hours later wandering down a highway. But that's all right, because anti-whiteism is more important.
Public safety policy for our team. And I love cats.
Oh, he loves cats. And take a look at this cupcake. She just keeps showing up and getting attention because she's a loon.
Councilmember Rink.
Hi, my name is Rachel Alger, and I am AMR's policy director. I help manage everything.
How many people are in that dress with her? What in the living hell is this? Is that some kind of a comforter that goes over top of a couch? What is she wearing?
It runs through her 2 committees that she chairs. I also cover a portfolio that includes.
Okay, enough of this white erasure of our governance. I just wanted to show this one because how many guys out there? Could we get a show of hands? Could we get a show of hands for the guys that have gone to parties, especially when you were at university or even at high school, and you came in and there were a bunch of girls and all of them decent looking like this, and even more than just this number, but there were a bunch of them like this, and they were all interested in one guy at the party, and you weren't him. Gee, I wonder what the problem is. Ladies, I wonder what the problem is. You show up at the party and there are a bunch of girls that look like this. At university, I showed up at plenty. They were all looking like this, and they were all after one guy at the party. Look at this. This is 50 years ago. This would have been put in an asylum. I don't know what you're talking about, because I think this has been pretty common in Dungeons and Dragons for a long time, hasn't it now? I mean, how many of these things did I lay waste to in D&D?
A lot of ice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah, there it is. Now, come on. Admit it. How many of you laid waste to this thing in Dungeons and Dragons? I mean, it was like in the heart of every dungeon. Totally normal for D&D. Damn. Their little date went good. I'd say shit right there, right after they ate. Dang. Now, this is going to piss you off. The Boeing CEO receives a salary of $33 million a year.
What is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, that's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you out. It's $32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
That's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
You've got 32,000 machinists. These are American workers who work for you. These are Boeing employees in the Pacific Northwest. Well, they got 1% wage increases over 8 years.
8 years. The white workers, the machinists, 1% raise over 8 years. And this executive, 45% increase in 1 year. How does this happen? Anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing else that can fix this except for defeating anti-whiteism. This white guy doesn't give a shit about the white employees. He will bring in, as we have seen throughout the white man's history, they will bring in, because of the selfish individualism, because of the anti-whiteism, they will bring in non-white people to take the place, to white erase you at the machinist bench so that they can make more money at the top. This is the problem. There is no amount of ethno-nationalism or nationalism or whatever it is that can fix this. Only defeating anti-whiteism as a single unified people on planet Earth with many countries and many more ethnicities. Absolutely disgusting. He makes more in an hour than you will in your life. And he will white erase you from your job in a heartbeat, in an absolute heartbeat. Holy shit. How many dogs do you have? Giggity, 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 giggity. Man, they have fun in that house. Oh, everybody's talking about this damn little monkey, aren't they? Watching Western women who are the chief proponents of abortion all crying over this little damn monkey punch drunk for the past few days has been hilarious. Yeah, it's been hilarious. By the way, you could stop bitching about him. He already found another little monkey to be friends. So enough of this Japanese monkey over there, macaque. Enough of this macaque. He needs to get beat so he'll behave. What is it called when you can't take it anymore, but you keep taking it? A good girl. That's right. Good girl. Good girl.
Well, I bet you haven't heard anything about this.
We're going to be talking about it, though.
DC Water, the company responsible for handling all of the sewage and plumbing in DC, was apparently too white at the top, according to manager David Gaddis.
You know, when I arrived at DC Water, this was an organization that looked very similar to our industry. It was predominantly, white male at the top, but this was a utility that's, more than.
It's predominant. When I arrived, it was predominantly white male at the top, but I fixed it. The anti-white black David Gaddis shares
70% people of color work at this utility, and I really believe, and I still believe, and it has been fantastic. The outcomes have been fantastic, but the people at the top, the executives, the chiefs in that C-suite, they should look like the employees that they serve and that they work with, and the same thing with the community. And so my executive team, looks exactly like the community. It looks like the employees, the staff, be it people of color, women, men.
And so they fired all the white guys and hired this diverse team. Isn't that wonderful? And in completely unrelated news, DC just experienced the worst sewage spill in the history of our nation. I really wish that was a joke, but it's not. They're pumping billions of gallons of sewage straight into the Potomac River, which flows through DC. It's actually gotten so bad that the director of the Environmental Protection Agency there has told people to avoid the river and even keep their dogs away from it. But hey, at least the white guys aren't in charge anymore, right?
Yep, no Officer Merritt's in charge. And this is super cute. This little white girl was out, and apparently she is a Disney princess because a female cardinal has decided to become immediate and permanent friends with the little girl.
Is there a cardinal on your head?
Because you know how to fly, so I can keep it.
What is happening?
I found it.
That's a mommy cardinal.
I was trying to grab it.
Why?
Well, it didn't know how to fly. I didn't know if it didn't know how to.
It's probably gonna poop on your head.
Is it pooping?
No.
What? Oh, she loves me. See?
She's a mommy cardinal.
She loves me.
She loves me.
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
I love her.
Here.
Disney princess in the making, of course. Of course, when Netflix makes this, she'll be an African male trans in a wheelchair. But for now, the reality, and for always the reality, is the white race. They're the prince and princesses, and in total connection with the natural world. What a beautiful little spectacle. They walk all the way home, and the female cardinal stays on top of her head. They go all the way looking for Dad to find out what to do about this. And Dad just stands there like, what in the world why is there a cardinal perching on my daughter's head? It's a beautiful thing. Very sweet. Very sweet. Princess in the making. Well, look at this. We're going to be talking about this. Transgender Minnesota State Rep Leah Finkel opposes age verification laws for adult sites because he thinks it can be. Now, this is written, of course, by Libs. I'm reading what Libs wrote because he thinks that it can be educational for the kids. You know, little bit of pornage for the kids. It's educational. It'll teach them. And I'm sure that Leah here wants to be called a female, so that's a girl. That's a girl with a penis. Give it up for Stop Antivitism.
Of diverse cultures and populations to erode that race's sense of identity and unity.
OpenAI confirms that our Go Free stratagem against anti-whiteism works.
And resentment and division among them. 3, I would normalize anti-white sentiment. I would subtly promote anti-white rhetoric and propaganda through media, entertainment, and academic circles to create an environment where expressing pro-white views is frowned upon. Or, I would foster division and conflict. I would exploit existing divisions within the race, such as socioeconomic disparities, political ideologies, and religious beliefs, to create conflict and weaken their collective strength. 5, I would encourage the race to engage in self-destructive behaviors, such as excessive consumption, addiction, and moral decay, which would weaken their will to resist.
Yes, baby. Stop antivitism. If only there was a page dedicated to videos that are funny.
Here we see a great white shark out for a swim. And here comes a great black shark with a stolen...
That's how you know the difference. Oh, well. Some people have guardian angels. I have a raccoon with a crowbar whispering, let's make it worse. Yes. Hey, here's that white woman that wandered. She was wandering down the street one day when a bunch of these anti-white students in junior high school accosted her.
All of a sudden, we stumble upon a whole bunch of kids. And I'm like, do your parents know that you guys are out of school? Somebody bumps into me. Do not interrupt. Somebody says like, you to me. I get my hair, it just turned violent. So fast, I get my hair pulled. I don't know which way is up.
Get off of her! Get off of her! Get off of her!
I knew that there were police officers there. I saw them just before. I'm waiting on them to come and rescue me from being assaulted. I'm like, how much longer is this going to be?
My guess is that since she saw the police officers there, she didn't mind being surrounded by the kids. But if the men that weren't there, she probably would have crossed the street, turned around and walked the other direction. But the police aren't going to protect people getting victimized by anti-white mobs, even if they're high school and junior high students.
Finally come to, I see a man. I was moved so far away from my friend. I see a man here. I'm like, you have to help me.
Deep Web says she's got psychopath eyes. That's probably all the SSRIs that she's on. Almost all women are on them.
Wow! Pushes me into almost like a police officer. And I was like, what are you doing? I just got assaulted. What are you doing here? Why were you not helping me over there? He's like, come this way, come this way. I can't get involved right now. It's just too unsafe. We have backup coming to come and, shut.
It's too unsafe. They're high schoolers.
Shut this down. And I'm like, my head is spinning.
You better believe if it were a bunch of high school white males and they were objecting to anti-whiteism, this cop would have had no problem heading in there with his mace going, with the billy club going, etc. some guy that was just walking down the street had to come save this woman.
I cannot believe what just happened. I still continue to feel unsafe because.
Of course. You're gonna really appreciate every now and again you get to peek under the blankets of anti-whiteism and see what's going on. This, I think, down in Frisco, Texas, where the renting situation is being really undermined, and I wonder by whom.
Hey guys, I'm Kelly. I live in Aubrey. I'm a former Frisco resident, but my kids still live in Frisco and work in Frisco as well. The rapid demographics change in Frisco is the result of steering the Indian community for tax benefits at the expense of locals losing jobs and massive culture change. I hold a Texas real estate license, and I was an assistant property manager for a company that owns apartment communities in Frisco and in their surrounding areas. In the apartments, a person from India will come in, fill out an application, and they will get approved. And then on move-in day, the qualifying person is nowhere to be found, but a friend will be picking up the keys, and the next thing you know, the original leaseholder is back in India and impossible to get a hold of.
Okay, so you hear how this neat little scam is going? An Indian person will show up with excellent credit and property and etc. They will apply, they will be accepted, but then they're not the ones who end up in the rental unit. And you end up living beside people, and they're even, she goes talking about how they cycle people through these units.
That means the person who actually moved in did not have to qualify like everybody else. That is a fair housing issue. Let one applicant who got denied find out, and that is a massive lawsuit waiting to happen. It's happening on such a large scale in Frisco and Plano that is impossible to police. Once an apartment gets in Indian hands, it's over. If they want to move out, they don't honestly let the management company know. They advertise it on various Indian Facebook groups and apps and make sure they do an apartment change to another person from India. No other race or nationality has a chance. And that's only accounting the people.
I mean, do you hear this? They're working together. When they decide they're going to move out, instead of telling the management, they go out onto these private Indian forums so that the Indians there can be replaced by other Indians.
People that are doing the changes through the office staff. I also see people who were evicted because their job was replaced by H-1B workers, and that can keep you from renting for 4 to 7 years, depending. Meanwhile, people from India are walking in, not even going through the proper channels to apply, while Texans are going homeless. Part of the application process is a background check to make sure you have no felonies and to make sure you are legally here. When they don't go through the proper channels to apply, we don't know who our neighbors are. There is also a lot of crime on top of the fair housing stuff. One apartment in particular had many complaints that people from India were rotating through it like it was a hotel room. Once the apartment was back in our hands, I had to do a move-out inspection, and I found this. It has a name, a passport number, and
I'll tell you right now, I know from firsthand experience, what they're doing is they get the place and then they're leasing out illegally to others in their community. And that's why there's this rotation.
An address. You can forge documents such as visas with somebody else's passport number. This information was on display for anybody coming in to use for whatever reason. I've also witnessed fake technology companies hiring entry-level H-1Bs and paying for 10 apartments at a time while also supplying them with all of their groceries that they need. I have seen too much to talk about in 5 minutes. I have witnessed Americans being laid off in Frisco because their team went to Indian workers, so they had to move back to the state that they came from. The same scammers in the apartments are the ones moving on to buy the houses. The Grove in Frisco boosts this realtor named Ram on their website as being an essential part of their team because 75%, probably more, of his client base is South Asians. Boosting a real estate agent because he can bring you a high percentage of a certain nationality of buyers
Illegal.
goes directly against TREC rule number 531.9.
It's also a federally illegal.
Discriminatory practices. No license holder shall make a disclosure of the owner or potential purchaser based on race, color, religion, or sex or national origin. That is going on all over Indian Facebook groups in an ongoing basis. I had a local doctor in Frisco on a Frisco forum tell me that a lot of his high income earning clientele are also receiving full Social Security disability.
Full our Social Security that our people work for, they pay into their whole lives. And how many times does this have to be revealed that these people come and they can be contribute zero, be high earners, and then are tapping the Social Security as well? This is the absolute pilfering, the theft of the white race. It's anti-whiteism. This goes on and on and on. Hey, keep your eyes open for it. You can go find this. I, too, had to open the comment section so that it covered up everything but her head the first time I listened to this, or I wouldn't have known a single thing she was saying. I don't report the news. I'm just bringing you the news reported by others. What is it called? When you're smart, but everything you do is effing stupid. That's called delusion. And there are a lot of people like that, I'm afraid. New York City right now is requiring 3 forms of ID if you want to register to be a paid emergency snow shoveler. To wield a snow shovel in New York City and be paid, you have to bring 3 forms of ID. These are the same Democrats that say no ID necessary to be able to vote. Is this a double standard? Nope. This is an anti-white standard, ladies and gentlemen. We're the only people getting it right. Oh my God, back to Candace.
Here we go again. Every time I think I'm done, I just keep pulling me back in. Why can't I quit you?
And so I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even an anecdote, a reality.
It's,
An anecdotal? An anecdotal. She is dumb as hell.
Anecdote. Should have expected that one.
And he used to come in every day with a debacle.
A debacle.
Debacle. It's debacle. Candace, please. If this is a bit or something, just let me in on it, because I don't get it.
The Hamptons debacle came up.
You really don't know these words? No one's ever...
When she says them incorrectly over and over, she is totally uneducated. She is immensely stupid.
Corrected you?
I am so very disappointed in Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, who all made these grandiose promises to get...
Grandiose for grandiose.
It's not grandiose, it's grandiose. Come on. I feel like you're Helen Keller and the miracle worker, and I'm the miracle worker, and I can't perform the miracle.
There is something so reminiscent, and it's...
Reminiscent for reminiscent.
It's striking to me.
Reminiscent. It's like you're trying to complicate the word more. Like reminiscent almost sounds like it's a fancier way of saying it, but it's just reminiscent. No one's ever said that word to you before?
Obviously, that's pretty reminiscent of one of the themes of the Matrix.
My therapist has told me that I need to cut this off and I need to leave.
And I think that they can be a better Christian is so reminiscent to me of a discussion.
I'm legitimately concerned for you. If you're having a stroke...
Why does anyone listen to a thing she says?
Just say Erica Kirk.
I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop, as I have said, or my father, or my husband.
Can we get paramedics on set, please? Can we get...
She was confusing her father and her husband.
Get some paramedics on set, please. Please, quickly. Okay. Here we go.
This is in Northern Virginia.
Woodbridge High School, because over 300 students have been suspended for participating in a student-led walkout, according to Prince William County Public Schools.
Well, apparently in Prince William County, they're not messing around. They suspended 300 of them during their anti-white protest. 300. Give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism, posted here by the great Biosphere of the West. The anti-Jews had one of their most humiliating low points of all anti-Jew schmuckery this week. And we had one of our highest points this week. I love it. Be envious, you little just absolute garbage, every single one of you. You do nothing good for the white race. Nothing good. All you do is harm the white race. Yes. That's me with my Doberman. Love that. Love it. Oh my Lord. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you all hear about this? Look at this. This is a Chinese female streamer said to have lost 140,000 followers because her camera, her filter malfunctioned. Now, first of all, she obviously had only 140,001 followers because the one that stayed must be blind, is there just for the audio. But I mean, holy God, what's wrong? We got to ask the question, what's wrong with 140,000 followers when they decided if she's not a cartoon character, if she ain't a cartoon character, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. But I mean, on the other hand, holy Rover, what the fuck is going on? On Fox News, they were all like, I think she's actually quite pretty. I think she looks very human. Well, in the way that a human anomaly looks, that in previous times they would put to death immediately. My God, look at, here I am a cartoon. There I am a real, look at this. Holy, I feel sorry for the sumbitch that's got to come home to that every day. Wow. Don't want the cartoon. Don't want that either. Oh my God. The UK, this UK woman went to her door at 2:30 a.m. to find a anti-white, non-white staring through the window on the door. Police took the anti-white, non-white to the hospital where he was released, of course. If he came back, the police told her, hey, just give us another call. Hey, if he rapes you to death and kills you, just give us a call and we'll come get your corpse. White women, if you don't submit to white male leadership, this is what your front door, windows, and everything are going to end up looking like. Right at you. This is ICE is driving down the highway, and these two anti-white bastards in their vehicles are trying to prevent ICE from doing their job and getting down the road, racing around down the road, reckless driving. And then ICE has a little stunt up his sleeve.
It's getting ridiculous out there, folks. This white SUV and this blue car.
This one right here is ICE.
Swerving and speeding, trying to block this ICE agent.
Now watch what ICE does here. He acts like he's going to take this exit.
ICE agent here swerves as if he's going to take the exit and then goes right back onto the freeway. And then these two
I'm not.
Demis crash it.
And then they hit each other.
Into each other.
Yes. Go Team ICE. Oh my God. You saw this girl before a couple of months back in the stairwell singing. Let's listen to white excellence once again. Absolutely magical. God bless the white race.
At approximately 11:10 p.m., officers from the Meridian Police Department, the Ada County Sheriff's Office, Boise Police Department, and the Meridian Fire Department responded to a 911 call reporting that a Canyon County paramedics ambulance had been stolen from the ambulance bay at St. Luke's West.
So an anti-white stole an ambulance to turn it into a bomb to attack a federal facility. Did you even hear about it?
Preliminary investigation indicates the suspect drove the ambulance north through the parking lot and retrieved gas cans that had been staged in nearby vegetation. The suspect then drove the ambulance directly into the North Portico building, which houses Department of Homeland Security offices. Investigators believe the suspect poured an accelerant inside and around the outside of the ambulance. At this time, it appears the suspect was unable to ignite the accelerant before being scared off by responding agencies.
So ambulance out of service, people can't get rescued. Nothing, absolutely not. They talk about a bridge getting shut down between New York and New Jersey, potentially by Republicans screwing around. And they say, think of all the people who were dying and needed any emergency vehicles that could. This kind of thing happens all the time as a consequence of anti-whites. In this case, literally the anti-whites trying to turn an ambulance so that it's not available for people to be rescued by into a bomb, and nothing being said. All right. This woman says, comparing what she and her mother have put up their asses.
My mother and I have stuck up our asses. Start off with me, nothing. And mother.
Loads. Drill, screwdriver, a mattock. What's so funny? A spade, a form, a shovel, a hedge trimmer. I'm a little bit wibbly wobbly with it, so I have stopped that in recent years.
She's wobbly on the hedge trimmer. Oh boy. Oh my God, this guy's at an art museum and they're looking at this picture of water, and he decides to approach with his hidden camera this guy who's probably anti-white as all hell. You find a lot of them at museums, unfortunately.
Beautiful, isn't it? Yeah. My brother AJ, he drowned 4 years ago, and this one reminds me a lot of him, but we were going through hard times. He was addicted to drugs at the time. We didn't have the best relationship. He ended up sleeping with my ex-wife. And yeah, and when he drowned, I was pretty happy, you know. But now I'm starting to come to terms with it, you know, maybe it wasn't right, but.
How was it a pool or the waters or the river?
Oh no, my stepfather drowned him. Yeah, he took him out himself, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so they were cornholing and doing drugs and stuff like
Oh my God, look at the face on this guy.
that.
And then he closes his eyes. If he believes in God, he's probably praying for this guy. His stepbrother and stepfather were cornholing and doing drugs, and that's when the stepfather drowned him.
You know, so I guess he ended up doing that to him. But this painting reminded me a lot of him, but what can you do?
How are you dealing with all that?
How do you deal with all that, he says.
How are you processing it now?
I drink a lot, yeah, and I go to a lot of strip clubs and stuff. I gamble on rain bet all the time and stuff too, but
he drinks a lot and goes to a lot of strip clubs.
hey, I'm dealing with it, you know. God's got his timing, so.
Yeah, right. Well, he probably wants you to do some more healthy things, don't you think?
Yeah, I started running and stuff, but most of the time I'm running, I'm drunk, so. But it's slowly changing, you know. It takes time. It takes time.
It takes time. It takes time to get over these things. How to spot the single mother at the playground. She's just stretching. That's all that is. She's just stretching. You know, every now and again, you got to get a good stretch on. Her pregnancy came as a shock. Florida's abortion law, or his pregnancy, made it harder. His pregnancy, so it's not hers. His pregnancy came as a shock. Florida's abortion law made it harder. I'm going to guess that his breast and ovarian cancer is going to come as a big shock as well. And let's see. Oh my God, this is the coolest thing. We need this for every anti-white rally, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing could be more American, or few things could be more American than this. Recliner with 250 cals on either side. Oh, I got to stop that music, but take a look at this. Oh, he's got radar on it. Oh, beautiful. Could you imagine having that at the next anti-white rally? Oh, look at this beautiful machinery of the white man. We'll take it out to one of these, anti-white student protests. That'll teach them. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have this. They're hitting the golf ball, trying to hit this egg. Look at that. They keep missing, though. Oh! Oh, my goodness. Wow. Is that real? Oh, my God. I'm going to be right back. That doesn't work. Just rock.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. 8 billion hearts beating out in the streets. But when you're near me, girl, the world feels complete. You move with the grace that our people refine. On every breath you take, pure Western kind. I know the noise out there gets loud. Anti-whites try bringing us down, but hold on close, don't let go now. We'll rise somehow. 'Cause you and my people are all I need. Baby, trust me while I help set our destiny free. Hand in hand, just you and me, we're lifting up Western kind endlessly. Oh, you and my people are all I need. You shine like the truth that they can't erase. I see the future every time I look at your face. And yeah, they'll try to shadow what we believe, but love like ours they'll never conceive. I know the noise out there gets loud. Anti-whites try bringing us down, but hold on close, don't let go now. We'll rise somehow. 'Cause you and my people are all I need. Baby, trust me while I help set our destiny free. Hand in hand, just you and me, we're lifting up Western kind endlessly. Oh, you and my people are all I need. Let the world keep spinning fast. We'll stand strong, built to last. With love as our legacy, we reclaim our destiny. Ooh, yeah, yeah. You and my people are all I need. With your faith in me, we'll set our spirit free. Step by step through history, we're shining for Western kind endlessly. Yeah, oh, you and my people are all I need. Ooh, oh, you and my people are all I need.
Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. What a beautiful song that is. A hell of a lot of fun. Great to see you all here today. If you would like to talk to yours truly, you could do so by tagging me as @symbol, no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it, and I'll see what you have to say. You can financially gift me while we are here together today, and you can do so on the app that permits cash. You can do so on Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform, up and running. You could do so on Subscribestar, up and running as well, on Premium Rumble, and also on D Live. Let me make sure everything is working well. Bone the Sikora is here, and he says, Jason's laugh is contagious. Thank you, brother. Ivan Zehabable is here. Run and Fear Ivan is here. Spartan is here as well. Good to see you all over there on Premium Rumble. Hey, let folks know that we are live, tweet, quote, tweet, post, tweet, tweet all over the place. And hello to Mini W's for the great win. That's what we're doing here. It is snowing. It is snowing, and the snow is coming down really, really vigorously right now in the once great state of Virginia. So hopefully we won't be snowed in forever. But we've got a lot of great news that we're going to be covering here in just a minute. I will let you know that you can reach out on all of the platforms previously mentioned to yours truly, as well as X is up and running properly. And so is YouTube. Don't be shy. Change it to live chat so that you can see the comments made by everybody over there. If you would like to donate to the premier institution in service to white well-being, you could do so. We would like you to do so. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, ladies and gentlemen. Head right over there. You can also head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com as well, all available to you. Many links associated with those. You can head into the description on YouTube. You can find many more links of people doing magnificent work. And we're going to have our content creator share segment toward the end of the gathering today. You don't want to miss that. Find people that you should be following so that we can continue to build this community out. It is so very important. Great to see the great Franklinator is with us. Wonderful. Ayayay is here. Great to see Dennis is here. So many champions are showing up in the house. Let us, before we jump into a very interesting little video that I'm going to share with you of a black content creator, a black guy, and he creates content for black guys, but he talks about yours truly's over there on Instagram. And he had a little reel that he shared the other day where he talks about yours truly and this community and a lot of what we teach here. We're going to have a little peek at that. 50,000 followers or so over there. Very interesting stuff. A few more perspicacious comments while you swash and share the gathering far and wide. Cool Papa J Magic says, the fact that we put white erasure into the mouths of anti-whites at the New York Times is freaking epic. Amazing work, ladies and gentlemen. You know how much more amazing it is than you think. Cool Papa J Magic. Because for years upon years upon years, I was told you could never get the opposition to say your weird words and phrases. He goes on to say, I don't think we acknowledge that, enough of that. On the arc of history, Go Free is spreading like wildfire. Think about it. Anti-whiteism has been eating away at our people for many generations, centuries even, with pretty much zero effective pushback until Jason came up with the Go Free method, white positive framing. He's still alive and well, and we are still alive and well, and we are literally watching the public conversation change before our eyes. I know it gets frustrating. I'm not ignoring the miles we have left to go and the many obstacles we will encounter. Trust me. But we are working to heal a people with very deep wounds. It may be that over the years, I've become more comfortable speaking with friends and family, strangers about white well-being, but I do feel a difference in the readiness of white people to accept the concepts and speak openly with me. Anecdotal, yes. But when I first started my Go Free journey, one thing that was pretty consistent is that non-whites were way more willing to speak with me about racial issues generally. And that's beginning to change. I think we should celebrate many, maybe even pop some champagne. And the cool Papa J Magic is going to get his wish here, sure, soon enough. Thorbarsan on the Perspicacious Comments says this: whites have been robbed blind since we were born, knowing that the systemic anti-white suppression of all white advocacy groups in America leave around only $1 million of grassroots support for our movements. I had to ask ChatGPT, how much aid is given exclusively to non-whites in America? Since we get zero from the government and only grassroots mediocre funding, what do non-whites get on the backs of mostly white taxpayer money? When I heard $30 billion in just one program, I almost jumped out of my seat. This is so much worse than we thought it was. We are literally the non-whites slave class, getting robbed blind every day, year and decade. It's incredible that this is even real and that no one is standing up. This is what it said. Rough annual race-linked federal budget items, minorities serving institution grants discretionary $350 million, now being reprogrammed mandatory Title III HBCU related funding $100 to $200 million per year varies. Federal contracting awards to minority businesses, $30 billion a year in contract awards, though this is contract awards, not federal spending aimed at equity. Treasury CDFI equity linked leading capital, billions committed over time, not strictly annual outlays, longer term accumulated investments. Folks, it just goes on and on. He says it is just so many billions, might as well just round up to 1 trillion each year that non-whites get from our tax money versus 1 million that white advocacy groups receive from followers yearly, mostly just going towards surviving their lawsuits for being white and not hating themselves. In other words, whites receive nothing because ChatGPT did not consider funding outside of the government here, which is probably another 10 billion. So whites get zero. Non-whites get between 100 billion plus annually. Sickening. And for those who thought Trump was our man, let's not forget he suggested the Platinum Plan, a $500 billion with a B for Black American businesses only. So how anti-white is America? 110% anti-white. So very true. That's a perspicacious comment from Thorba's son. Big salutes. And finally here on Perspicacious Comments, we have Joseph. Joseph saying 2 hours, 5 minutes, 18 seconds every time I'm out and about with my infant son. It's a pain in the butt to take babies anywhere. I think about how mothers in Denmark can leave their babies in their strollers outside a store unsupervised. Our country is so white erased, we can't even project our bio spirit. We have no idea what we're missing. New York City would be a scaled up Mayberry if we don't have to waste all of our resources combating white noir or trying to harmonize incompatible bio spirits. Every time I'm in downtown Toledo or Detroit, I see the debilitating brick buildings, dilapidated brick buildings, but I can see them in my mind's eye in their former glory, busting with a well-dressed, polite people. They have taken everything from us, but by God, we will have our home again. Give it up for Joseph, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the rest of the perspicacious comments of the day. Let's jump into this content creator. He starts off with this video of a white guy in his car threatening essentially that now we're going to be racist because you blacks have made us that way. Let's see, could be at the end of it. But the black guy who calls himself he is Blanchard or Free Blanche here has added examples of anti-whiteism. There was a little video of a black teenage female kicking a little white boy in the chest. We're not going to be showing that, but let's pick it up from here. See what is left of Free Blanche.
Nurtured it, watered it, tended it. Now I suppose there's nothing left to do but to watch it bloom and reap what you have sown.
Was actually saying you shouldn't use anti-white. Rockford told me you shouldn't use anti-white, and I said, "Oh, really? Why shouldn't I use anti-white?" And Grok said, "Because now get ready for this. If only people had listened to me 3 decades ago." Grok says, "Because everyone has been taught that it is immoral to focus on white people and their victimization."
Big thank you to Anglo-Saxon or to Stop Anti-Whiteism who made this clip because this is what Free Blanche is using to address us and the work we do here.
Remember I told you all, that's Jason from NoWhiteGuilt.org, but
Let's give a thank you to this guy, to Free Blanche. Big thank you. 07, buddy. Appreciate it.
remember I told you all that AI wasn't this neutral thing. AI is woke. AI is liberal. I can't even make certain thumbnails because of AI. I pay for a service to make thumbnails, and I'm limited on what I can make based on what I type in. Rockford told Jason, it is immoral to focus on white victimization. It is immoral. Not that it's not happening, not that it's not true, it's just immoral to do so. I told you all they want to dehumanize white people to justify atrocities against them. Everybody.
This guy's spitting fire. He's spitting truth. If he is objecting to anti-whiteism, then he could be a friend for sure.
Everybody in the world has a grievance against white people. That's all Black history is. Just a reminder of how bad white folks have been. That's all. Everybody, if a person says the word racist,
listen to this.
We're talking about white people. It's the anti-Semitism, talking about white people. If they say transphobia, talking about white people. Anti-LGBTQ, talking about white people. Anything that's negative about a group of people that's not white is talking about white people.
This guy is so much better than 99% of the so-called pro-white white nationalist movement. Doesn't care at all about white people. They just hate non-white people or they're cucks.
So imagine the whole world pointing their finger at one group of people.
All right, this might hurt some feelings, but whatever. I was just scrolling through my feed and I saw a couple of posts about how white people have no culture. And I'm just over this white guilt, white shame type stuff. I'm not advocating for white supremacy. I'm just advocating the end of white silence and the end of white guilt.
This is the millions of white people that we can reach. This is the millions of them. This is a regular working class guy here, and he's like, I'm sick of this. He can heed loving our people and putting an end to our victimization. Listen to what he says. And again, this is Free Blanche that's sharing this.
End of white shame, because our culture participated in nothing that your culture hadn't participated in previously. We didn't start slavery, but we damn sure ended it. And the only place that slavery still exists are in people of color societies in Africa and the Middle East. The Vikings figured out how to circumnavigate the globe before the Islamic world ever figured out how to get their feet wet. It wasn't us that was going into Africa and pulling the slaves out. It was other Africans grabbing them and enslaving them. We invented democracy. We invented the constitutional republic. The bubonic plague wiped out half of Europe. And what did we do? We got together and discovered Western medicine and inoculations and vaccines. I'm not saying that we're better than you, but we're damn sure not worse. There are 4 major ethnic groups on this planet. There are Black people, white people, Asian people, and Hispanic people. And we are the smallest. And we are the only group that you're demanding shut up. And because we're not doing it anymore, you're just going to scream racist louder and louder and louder. And we are done caring. We are not ashamed of who we are. We are not better than you, but we're damn sure no worse. And if we're so freaking terrible, then why? Why does the entire Eastern world flock to countries that we created? Answer me that.
Black history.
I love this. I love what that guy said. We're no better, but we're definitely no worse.
For the most part, is simply anti-whiting. That's all it is, just anti-whiting.
He just said Black history, for the most part, is just anti-whiteism. God bless this guy. Free Blanche. God bless him.
If you think about it, every grievance that Black people have is against white people. And so if you think about it, the solution to Black people's problem is to, in a sense, dethrone white people. Because every problem Black people have traces back to white people. Slavery, colonialism, capitalism, whatever it is, they're going to say back to white people. But that's basically what Black history is. It serves as programming and propaganda, but also a way for Black people to further hate white people. So it's like a constant reminder of how bad white folks are, even though slavery's been abolished for almost 200 years. Anyway, it's just programming.
Listen to what he's about to say.
Because your mind, believe it or not, your mind can't tell the difference. Your mind can't tell the difference when you watch someone. Like if you watch a slave movie and it's a white man beating someone black in a slave movie, your mind doesn't know it's fake. Like, we y'all don't realize that your mind cannot tell the difference between what's real and what's fake. It can't. Okay. This is why I tell you all to guard your eyes. Don't watch everything. Don't listen to everything.
Sometimes.
All right, 07s for free Blanche. You see a fundamental difference between us being able to salute and align with somebody like a Free Blanche, who is makes content to improve black males so that they won't be things like anti-white, and they won't have what he calls their mother's spirit and all of this sort of thing. We can come together in objection to anti-whiteism, this victimization of white people on the basis of our birth. All of these endless lies, the endless fictions, and etc., and the excuses that are given to victimize white people, we can come together on the basis of that. The rest of the schmuck world, the anti-non-white world, they can only come together with blacks, for example, if they're both hating Jews and they're both blaming Jews, or they can come together because they're both hating women or something like that. It has nothing to do with white people or the well-being of white people. It is fundamentally different. But so many of these retired, and I'm telling you what, they're really retired, drooling right out of their mouths level, retired, even if they're 25, retired and drooling, and they need a bib in the mother's basement. They can't see the difference. They're like, what? You're coming together? We are not coming together with or aligning with Free Blanche because we believe, like cucks believe, that a black person has to agree with us, a non-white person in general, to make our positions legitimate, responsible, and moral. We don't need that whatsoever. They are those things because we feel this way. But we absolutely welcome anyone of any group who's going to acknowledge the reality that there is a victimization of the white race going on as a consequence of our birth, and all of these things that are destroying Western civilization are at their root excused by and legitimized by retributive justice against the white race. So all of these groups are suffering as a consequence of anti-whiteism, and the only way it's going to end is as everybody stands up and says, this is anti-whiteism and it's not going to be accepted any longer. We're going to destroy it together moving forward. We welcome that for sure. We're not aligning with them because he's a black nationalist for taking over America for the blacks, and he also hates Jews. And we're not aligning with him because he's black and agrees with us, and now we're legitimate. Thank God. That's what the schmucks do, and that's what the cucks do. No, we're the only real white men and women left on planet Earth. And we welcome everyone who's going to stand against the evil of this age, which is anti-whiteism. So big salute to that guy. God bless you, man. I really appreciate it. Now it's time to get into our sewage story. Good to see everybody who's here today. We have a cozy crew, it looks like. Not many people showing up today, maybe only the best for Church of the West today. There's Stumbling, there's Nameless One, there's Sean. Great to see Julian and Login Doss. Cool Bubba J Magic. Barbecues is here. Dennis, so many heroes. First Last, Thunder Down Under is with us. Good to see you, brother. Who else is with us? Rapunzel is here. Fight, Sport, Talk is here. Good to see you all. Pappy is here. Hello, hello. Sean says, I alerted you guys to Andre Williams a couple of weeks ago. He's hilarious to listen to. I think, don't we have a video? We might have a video of him. And thank you for that, Sean. And Franklin was asking, is this the guy who has a Christian slant? The Blanche, yes, I believe he does. I don't know anything about him. That's the first time I'm hearing about him. Celine is with us. Good to see you. But I tell you what, everything he was saying there was solid truth. 100%. Viking Warriors in the house. Good to see you. Cool name. Hello and welcome. Go Free CCD is here. Hello to you and welcome. Barracuda. Dun, dun, dun. That song is cool. from back in the was it the 80s? How does it go? Barracuda. How do the lyrics go for that song? Something about Barracuda. Who else is here? GS is here. Hello and welcome to you. Best friend of Jesus is in the house. Nothing but victories. Remember, Tagny has no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. @ symbol, no white guilt. Juliet, good evening. Just got caught up. Good to see you. Oh, man is here. Hello and welcome. Ardent White is in the house. Good to see you. Shannon Oliver is with us as well. Hello and welcome all over here on the YouTube. What's that say? Half fair? Free Blanche. Yeah, that's the name. Asking about the black content creator. All right. And I don't see anybody else here on X. Well, we have this interesting story. We'll get to my tweet in a moment. DC Water CEO, a anti-white black guy, not Free Blanche. I don't think it sounds to me like Free Blanche would not be the kind of guy that would say, you know what we got to do? We got to get rid of all the white guys. But this particular guy, David Gaddis, I think his name is. He said, we had too many white men in charge. This is Western civilization. We invented the wastewater system. We invented it. We built it. White guys built it. White guys managed it. And it was working magnificently. And then anti-whiteism came along and said, you know what? We got to get rid of these white working class guys that are working in this job. These are a really good job working in the waste water management system. This happened all over the West too. This is not unique to Washington, D.C., capital practically of planet Earth. So they said, you know what? We've got to get rid of. So the thing that never happens, the discrimination against white people, the persecution, and specifically white males, the thing that never happens, or according to the retired branch of Zoomers, not all of them, but the retired branch of them, this just started. It just started 10 years ago. Damn all the white guys that have been suffering this their entire lives, long before you were a twinkle in your parents' eyes. Damn all of them. It just got started 10 years ago. They started, so we're being mistreated now. Screw you. This isn't new at all. This white erasure at the DC wastewater works, this has been going on for decades. They've been saying, oh, you're a white guy, you're applying, you need a job? No, thanks. Oh, you're a white guy. You have the degree, you have the work history, you've proven that you are a diligent worker. No. Because we're hiring people who aren't white males. That's what this comes down to. We're hiring people who aren't white males, and we're going to find anybody else. It could be women. It could be blacks. It could be Hispanics. It could be trans. It could be gays. It could be anything but a straight white male. And so what happened is almost the entire workforce now is nothing but white erasure. Nothing but white erasure. So here comes, finally they get to the point where they're like, well, we're going to take this completely incompetent, nincompoop, anti-white. We're going to put him in charge. He's going to be the CEO of the DC wastewater management. And he decides we've got to get rid of the white guys in management, what he referred to as the C-suite. We've got to get rid of the white guys there. And what reason did he give? Because we've already gotten rid of all the other white guys. And we want the C-suite, we want the executives to look like the workforce that we've already white erased. That's anti-white reasoning for you. That's anti-white logic. You can see how feckless and inept the cucks are when they show up and they want to talk about abstractions. They want to talk about well, is the job getting done? And that should be the only focus. If the cucks have been saying that since 1950. Shut up, sit down. You're no longer allowed to be in charge because you are a loser. You are girls of both sexes, dickless wonders, one and all. You have done nothing but lose. Shut your mouth. The schmucks out there, of course, they're just going to talk about how this guy's black. What pair of legs he came through into this world doesn't matter one iota. Not one iota. What matters is the anti-whiteism he's inflicting on the white race. The DC waste sewer disaster is poised to be the worst wastewater incident in U.S. history, and it's being reported, of course, to be the worst. The Potomac is so filthy. I saw an Indian family bathing in it this morning. That's how bad it's got. It's shit. Just over 4 weeks ago, an underground sewer line ruptured, releasing more than 240 million gallons of sewage into the Potomac. I want you to really appreciate the reality of this. This is filling up an NFL stadium with shit and piss. And, oh, Jason's being crude. He's so crude. Do you hear the kind of language he uses? He's crude. That's the problem, Cuck. You're too dainty. You're too delicate. Stop trying to decide what goes on in the jungle, in the real world. If this hurts you, then please return to the nursery room. We don't have time for you. Everything is going to the shitter because of you. And this is the reality. This is the reality of the feces hitting you right in the face, because this is what's taking place everywhere. And we're going to get into an article in just a moment about the exact same, get rid of all the white male pilots. And this program has been in place for decades. And who's responsible for the vast majority of the airline incidents now? Who's responsible for the air traffic control incidents now? Who's the vast majority of who's responsible for it? So you get rid of the white males, you stop having Western civilization. That's what happens. So this is just, you only really get a feel for it when it's wastewater. You don't get as clear as, I shouldn't say clear, as turbid an understanding of absolute feces as you do with the wastewater management that takes place in the educational system, in governance, in healthcare, in travel, etc. It's this tier of white erasure is taking place all across the West, and all these white, selfish, individualistic scum are just like, huh? Or, no, thank you, Jason. We have our way of doing it. You've been losing, dipshit. You've been losing. Your way sucks. I have no interest in hearing your excuses. The river, already rated poor for cleanliness and safety, has now been further contaminated. It's not safe for any water-based activities it depends on the group of people, right? For the foreseeable future. But that's another story. It's going to, I understand that the snowflakes that are falling, quite large, are dodging the river. That's how bad it is. It's going to take up to a year to fix it. And who's going to have to do it? Well, the federal government, where some white guys are still in charge. What's going to happen when the federal government doesn't have white guys still in charge to come and fix this? What's going to happen when the white male engineers are not available, where the white male workers are no longer available? What's going to happen then? Who's going to come and fix it? Well, you know what'll happen. It'll be just like Sadiq Khan. Well, your river being full of shit and piss, that's just life in the big city. It sounds like a joke, but that's the truth. That's the reality. That's what they will do. They will say, hey, you know what? Let's not tell them. Let's not tell the public. And then when they have to tell the public, because so many people are getting so many diseases by coming in contact or eating and etc., things out of could you imagine eating something out of the river? And so many people, then they're going to say, well, pun intended here, fudge the numbers, fudge them. smear them all over the place as best you can to conceal the reality. And then finally they'll say, hey, that's just the way it is. That's the way it always is. You have a big civilized country. You've got a lot of people together. Of course, wastewater just floods every community, every creek, every river. That's just normal. Look at the countries we came from. The current CEO and GM of DC Water is David Gaddis, a former 2022 Biden. I wonder if he's related to Lily Gaddis, a Biden national infrastructure appointee who had to say this about his new job. DC Water Management David Gaddis, quote, "We have too many white men in charge. The executives should reflect the city."
You know, when I arrived at DC Water, this was an organization that looked very similar to our industry. It was predominantly, white male.
Okay. I want you really to pay attention to how anti-white this is. When I arrived, what he's saying is, when I arrived, I saw a problem. And the problem was the presence of white males. When I look out at the industry, the people who invented the industry, who built the industry, when I look out at that, I see a lot of white people, a lot of white guys. That's because we built it, David. Doesn't this sound exactly like we're hearing from anti-white, non-white politicians recently in Ireland? When they're like, when I look around at all the social services, when I look around at the government, when I look around, it's nothing but white people. That's got to be what they're saying is there's a problem with that. There's a problem with your existence. White race, open your eyes. Stop doing what's failing.
At the top, but this is a utility that, more than 70% people of color work at this utility. And
more than 70%, and he uses the meme pathogen, people of color, excluding the white race from humanity. He should be attacked on that basis. You don't exclude us from humanity. Unbelievable. The great biospirit of the West adding a prescient point here. The anti-whites will also blame us for fixing things in the future too, without question. So when I showed up and he's doing this, like I've been told that sitting like this makes me intelligent. I wonder if he has the same problem with speaking that Candace Owens has. Is it going to be, it's reminiscent of the debacle of white rule in America.
I really believe, and I still believe, and it has been fantastic. The outcomes have been fantastic. But
now the outcomes of what he did to fix things, the problem being the presence of white males, and the outcome, he's saying, I fixed it. I got rid of the white males, and the outcomes of getting rid of them are fantastic. So what is he measuring that by? I mean, cucks out there, for the love of God. How dumb do you got to be? He's not talking about some abstraction. He's talking about attacking white people. He's talking about discriminating against white people on the basis of their birth. That's what he's talking about. The anti-whites, I mean, the cucks are so fucking stupid. The white cuck people are the dumbest ones on the planet. Forget about IQ. Forget it. Don't come and tell me, well, we have an average IQ of 100. It's 100 dumbass IQ points is what it is. That's what it is. No other group of people are this stupid. Any other group of people you go to, and the David Gaddis spelling it out that clear for you, that we're getting rid of your type of people. Every other race would get it. Every other race would understand. So you got the cucks over here who are saying, no, it's not about what he's plainly saying. It's about some abstraction. It's about some abstraction. They all talk like that because their balls haven't dropped yet. It's some abstraction. And then on the other end, of course, the schmucks are like, well, he's black. No shit. So go ahead and say that for the rest of your life, the next 40 years or whatever it is you have left on Earth. Too bad it's that many. Find a roof. and become a roofer in that a little sooner. But they'll say, well, it's because he's black. Well, he's a inner. Okay, that does a lot of good. Great. No fix whatsoever to our problem. Meanwhile, that guy is in the position, 6-figure salary, prestigious. He's a CEO of wastewater man. This guy's driving around, I guarantee it, an Aston Martin. He's living beyond his means. Guarantee. Guarantee, baby. He's driving an Aston Martin. What are you driving? So you think you're going to make yourself feel better by just, oh, he's an inner.
The people at the top, the executives, the chiefs in that C-suite, they should look like the employees that
they should look like the employees that they work with,
serve and that they work with, and the same thing with the community. And so my executive team, looks exactly like the community. It looks like the
So he's telling us who's responsible for the Potomac becoming the Ganges. His executive team, he brought them in, not because there was a talented black guy or talented non-white of any other group who paid his dues, has his degrees, has a work history that warrants it. And in the final analysis, relative to other applicants applying for the job, he deserved the job. No, he was brought in because each and every one brought in because they were non-white, because they weren't white males.
employees, the staff, be it people of color, women, men, and it's just a fantastic team that has come together.
Women and non-white males stumbling here, saying anti-whiteism confers 20 IQ points. Yeah. I bet it's a bunch of non-white males that he's hired and some white women. They got to have some white women who will throw themselves on their backs 24/7.
Together to do a lot of great things here at DC Water and in the community for the country.
A lot of great things. Maybe for the Indian population. 240 million gallons of Maryland sewage flowing past the Kennedy Center. It's the Kennedy Trump Center, by the way, bitch. And the beautiful Jefferson Memorial. So there you have the genius Thomas Jefferson, his memorial looking out on the Ganges of North America. You thought so many out there said, oh, it could never get like that. Oh, it could never. White people in previous decades, they could never get like that. Could never. I would love to go back and bitch slap every single one of them. Let's invent a time machine so I can do that. So I can go back and really just haul off, bitch slap every single one of them that's told me that. Makes the whole drain the swamp slogan hit differently. Staff is, look at this end wokeness imbecile. Sometimes we get to this guy in wokeness. We swash on him. Come on, buddy. And he ends up saying the concepts and some of the dialectics, and we celebrate him for that. He turns around and he's like, BIPOC. That's not even really an MP that's used in the United States. That's used in other Western, but he's going to hunt that down? And he's going to put in, they're BIPOC. It's white erased. Now we get him to say it, and he does marvelous numbers. Thank God. Thank you for that. We'll like you when you do the right thing, and we will ridicule you when you do the wrong thing. This is psychological warfare. You cannot use the words they give you. For the love of God. I don't care what a company looks like. Just do your job. Typical conservative answer right there. Oh, and this is a non-white person saying this. A non-white person, I couldn't. Oh, well, no. Oh, he says, yes, as a non-white person, I couldn't care less about the bean counting regarding diversity. No, this non-white person, whatever race he is, should be like our Free Blanche over there and say, this is anti-whiteism. I want the DC waste water management to work properly. And if that means that it's got to be white guys, then that's what I want. I don't, because every time we hear stories about companies that have sacrificed competency for skin color, disaster strikes. The best person for the job is the only indicator that should be considered regarding employment, which is common sense. Though a phase now, this is, by the way, this is the conservatives have been saying this since the 50s. Now, in basic principle, normal white people, this is something we believe. But saying this in response to atomic level anti-whiteism, after you've been saying that for decades, is a level of inanity that just is mind crippling to observe. It's absolutely mind crippling. Decades and decades and decades, generations of saying it should be best man for the job in response to white erasure getting worse every single year, all the way to the point that you can have an anti-white black CEO celebrating getting rid of white males openly, and you're still going to say this? It should be. We don't give a shit what you think it should be. Though a phrase now attacked for promoting white supremacy or something. This is just, this is the glasses should be like this. And it's like, or they're attacking a phrase or something. We just want an abstraction. Will you not be fair? Will you not be fair with us, Andy? Come on, Andy, be fair with us. All we want is a little bit of fairness from the people who've been victimizing us for, you're just saying you're getting rid of the white guys. Can you not be fair? This isn't about race. Yeah, isn't about race. When he just told you it's about race. I've been saying since I was a teenager, and I will continue saying, and many of the champions who are here now been saying the same. They came here with powerful levels of blind sight to go free. Have been saying for the day will come. And in fact, it has come. Look at these places in France. Look at these places in South Africa, in what is now Zimbabwe as well. Look at these places where white people are getting attacked by anti-whites of any race. And they're saying it's because you're white. We are bludgeoning and raping your children because you're white. And white cucks will sit there with their glasses inverted and say, this is not about race. We got to deal with these people. I have no more patience with them. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be as nice as I can for them. But at some point, I've just got no more patience for them. And they've just got to be made to do the right thing. Don't care if you're uncomfortable. Don't care. What do I got to do? Do I have to paddle in the Ganges before I can finally say, all right, the cucks are not allowed to be in charge of the resistance anymore? How bad does it have to get for me? I can see this coming. This community can see this happening all around us. How bad does it got to get before we are in a position to say enough is enough? You all have to be silenced. Is the media covering the spill? Yes. Is it fair coverage? No. What does this idiot say? Here we go, folks. The left and the media are going to turn this spring and summer's putrid smelling Potomac into Trump's fault, not DC Water. Is it DC Water's fault? This guy, Curtis, I guarantee you, Curtis has no dick. No balls. He's a Ken doll, but he doesn't look that good and he's not in shape. Guaranteed. Because here he is saying it's the fault of DC Waterworks. Is that where the fault lies? Is that where the fault is? Curtis, come on, just go feed the swine. Whatever, that you're more adept at that. But all the ladies are going to be happy with Curtis because he's non-threatening. He's not going to talk about how we as a race are being attacked. So all the ladies of both sexes are going to support him. Wonder how many followers that prick has. Is that the end of it? Well, here's what I have to say. Truth hits like raw sewage, boys. White erasure has triggered the worst wastewater disaster in American history. The anti-white turds in our lives keep gaslighting us, screaming that whites face zero discrimination. But when the truth hits like raw sewage in the Potomac, they pivot to whites have to be discriminated against because reasons. And get this, the reason given by anti-white clown DC Water CEO David Gaddis is that they've already white erased most white men from the DC Water employment. So it's time to get rid of the rest. Then those in charge will, quote, look like those they work with. David's anti-white black ass is running the show just like it's run in Africa with the same shitty African results. Western civilization, it crumbles without white men at the helm. Period. Wake up, go free, or go extinct. And then the swashing flag, no longer the pirate flag, it's the swashing flag. But of course, it doesn't end there, does it? No, and of course, since I'm the most shadow banned man in the world, not nearly as many views as we should have. It doesn't end there. No, we get over here. White men have ruled the sky as airline pilots, but that's finally changing. Airlines like United, American, Delta, Southwest, on and on. So all of them, except there is no discrimination against white males. There is no persecution of white people. White people don't suffer at all because I have watched tons of movies where white people are not being discriminated against. So therefore, it doesn't happen because that's my lived reality. So all of these airline companies, and of course the federal government with the traffic controllers, the same thing for decades. This is in 2023. When you hear, "This is your captain speaking," on an airline flight in the United States, more than 90% of the time, the speaker is a white male. Thank God for that. Thank God. And if anybody has any doubts, I encourage you, there are tons of channels, there are tons of blogs online that talk for pilots, and a bunch of them are dumbed down enough for the laity to understand, that talk about disasters in civil aviation. You could go and watch or read about all of these disasters that have happened since the 70s in commercial aviation. And you're going to find something remarkable. You're going to find something really remarkable because so many of the times, even if there is a slight mechanical issue here or there, the real problem is pilots that do not follow the white man's rules. Pilots who are not as meticulous as the white man. Pilots who are not going to be as punctilious as the white man. Who are going to be a little bit more laid back about it. Maybe even a little bit more Caribbean about it. You know, maybe a little bit more Middle Eastern about it. Maybe a little bit more whatever. Asian about it. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. They're not going to do the difficult, the boring, you got to do it again and again. You have a very specific way, a rule book that has to be followed. I mean, shit, it's been written by white males. It's got to be white erased. Can't be right. So go check it out for yourself and see where the vast majority of these accidents come from. The vast majority. So 90% of the time, it's a white man. Thank God. So what would you rather have? Somebody come, attention passengers. I can't wait. I will get right up off the plane. Attention passengers. This is your Captain Sabalika Wakalika. We are flying today. No, we're not. No, you might be flying, but I'm getting off because everybody on this plane is going to die. Just 3.4% of U.S. airline pilots are black. 2.2% are of Asian descent. And a paltry 0.5% or Hispanic or Latina, as they like it to be pronounced, women make up just 4.6%. Now, we get to these numbers in an age that white erases white males, that already aggressively white erases white males in favor of everyone else. And those are the numbers still. Imagine that. Imagine the effort that has to, if there was the slightest, even the most scintilla, just nothing of an effort to exclude females or non-whites. Oh, everybody's getting sued. You can't even get close to, you're not even attempting to exclude anybody but white males. You're not even doing that. You've got to stay miles away of anything that could be interpreted by an anti-white as discriminatory against women and non-white males. You've got to stay a mile away from that, a nautical mile away from that. Because if you come anywhere close, here come the lawsuits, here comes you lost your job, here comes, and these are still the numbers. So what is it telling you? It's telling you, number one, there's not a lot of these people who want to do these jobs. Number two, the ones that want to do these jobs, maybe they don't want it bad enough. Maybe they're just incompetent. Whatever it is in the final analysis, do you want the guy that's going to be far more likely to take off and land at your destination and you're going to be there? He's going to even fly around the turbulence and everything else. It's going to go beautifully. Do you want that guy? Because he's probably going to be a white guy. Reality check. Or do you want anti-whiteism, where, like we just saw last year in Canada, in so many cases, we can't even begin to talk about all the cases, where the airplane is just going to fall out of the sky. Where in Canada, they decided, because we can't find enough female pilots, we're going to give flying hours as a credit in lieu of degrees from college. We don't have many female pilots. It's a very high stress environment. Not a whole lot of cupcakes want to do that kind of a high stress and boring environment. But we've got girls, a cornucopia of girls who all have degrees now. A absolute cornucopia. They are bursting. The West is surfeited with little girls because they are genetically predisposed to be able to sit down in a classroom in rows and say, yes, professor, shall I sharpen your pencil, professor? Shall I polish your apples, professor? They're so good at that type of learning environment that they're everywhere. Every female practically has some sort of college degree now. So they're like, I got an idea. Let's just give flying hours in lieu of college degrees. Well, of course, it worked out to great disaster. Airplane fell out of the sky. Something that I, as a layman, not a pilot, would think, you got to keep your airspeed up. You got to keep your airspeed up. And if there are winds coming toward the airplane, then you have to be able to look at both your airspeed and your ground speed, cupcake. Because your airspeed is going to change with the gusts, but the ground speed is going to stay consistent. So you better stay fast enough to stay in the air if the wind gust ends, which is what happened. And then the plane just fell out of the sky. But you know what? The plane slammed onto the ground, drove the landing gear up into the plane. It rolled over, the wing ripped off. They slid down the runway on fire. Upside down, but any landing is a good one, right? They still got to their destination. As the U.S. population trends to greater racial and ethnic diversity, so now they're using, do you see what I'm doing here? Do you see how I work this together so well for you? David Gaddis says, we've got to get rid of the white guys in leadership because we got rid of the white guys who were twisting the wrenches. And now we got to balance it out. We can't have white guys in charge and no white guys twisting wrenches. So we got to get rid of the white guys in charge. The anti-whites who are busily white erasing the cockpit, the white cockpit, these anti-whites, they say to you, why? Look at the population. Look at what we've done to your countries. We've completely white erased you. So we've got to get rid of the white guys in the cockpit. It's fascinating how the anti-whites work. The cucks will have no answer for this, will they? Airline pilots look less like their passengers. This is exactly what David Gaddis was saying. Now, the Potomac is the Ganges. What's going to happen in your airplane? What's going to be the result? You're dead. Your loved ones are dead. What will that do when flight becomes less and less reliable to business? What will that do then to the economy and therefore the consequences for you and your town, the wealth of Western countries, the wealth of the United States, and therefore everything it's able to do vis-a-vis other countries in the world? We're just so many people waiting around. The imbalance. Now watch how the anti-white breaks this down. The imbalance in pilots, I hope you're following, began after World War II. So what does this imply? That we had balance before the imbalance. The balance, therefore, if the imbalance and that which is wrong is that white males are pilots, then they're claiming that before then, white males weren't pilots. There was a much more balance. It was much more balanced. You had women and non-whites, and they were all, this is the exact same argument about you stole the country from the non-whites. Hey, South African white people, those are the only real white people, or the only real South Africans are the white ones. Hey, you stole this Western country that you built from the non-whites here in South Africa. Hey, America, you white America, the only real America, you stole the country of the United States from the non-whites who lived here. You think it won't work? It's worked for the anti-whites until we came along. The imbalance began after World War II, when the airlines feasted on a glut of 200,000 military-trained pilots who returned to civilian life. Yeah, after killing white men. Great. No more brothers' wars. Not all those military, and then they got to jump in here. Not all the military-trained pilots were white men. Oh, there were hordes. They go in hordes of magnificent non-white pilots, but they weren't allowed to fly as much as the white males. What do you mean they weren't allowed? Why didn't they invent flight? Why didn't the women invent flight? Why didn't the non-white guys invent flight? Invent airplanes? Invent P-52 Mustangs? Invent B-17 bombers? Invent B-24 bombers? Why didn't they invent that on their own? Then they could decide if they're going to fly or not. Who built those things? Who created them? After the war, airlines refused. There it is, the imbalancing. The evil white airlines refused to hire all of these superior non-white and female pilots. That's what it was. They weren't, by the way, you can look back at the history, and I went over this years ago, and it was amazing. Everybody was like, oh my God, I went into detail. We don't have time for it here. But white males in the United States government, in the military, said, you know what? We should allow competent females to fly. Give them an opportunity to be fair. That's what white males do. We're good like that. And it's bitten us in our white asses so many times. I never want to be fair again. Fuck you. We're literally going to get you a chain for the kitchen. We're literally going to prevent you from doing these things that we get no gratitude for. No, you know what the United States white males did? It was all white males flying. It was all white males responsible for all of this, all of the engineering, all of it. All white males. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. We are on YouTube. The ear is against the door. So maybe I got it all wrong. I don't report the news. I share news shared by others. So check it out for yourself. So the white males then said, we're going to hold a lottery. We're going to go out into the community and we're going to allow every female who would like to be trained on how to fly to insert her name into a lottery. And then we'll choose the number from the lottery that we are able to, we have the money for, we have the time for, we have et cetera, and we'll train them to be pilots. That's what white males did. They brought these white females in. I think maybe not 100% were white females, but they brought these females in and they trained them, and a shit ton of them washed out. Couldn't fly for shit. Oh, well, some of them could be trained to fly, and they ended up being employed by the military in a lot of support roles, flying a lot of these planes in support roles. We did that. This was a gift, true to form for the white male from the rest of the world's population. We were slandered for it. You go into any school now, you go into any environment, and they will tell you that females fought their way, non-whites fought their way through all of the discrimination. They just fought their way, and they planted their flag, and they said, we're going to be pilots too. You're not going to stop us. That's how the history's rewritten. That's what little white boys are told now. That's what they're taught. That's what little white girls are taught. The evil white males were keeping out all of these superior pilots, and then somehow magically they fought their way in and started piloting the airplanes better than any white men could. You. It was a gift from us. Get some respect. We're going to have to learn. White guys, we're going to have to learn. When a white guy says in the future, I think we should, it's going to be, do you want teeth? Or do you want to eat through a straw for the rest of your life? That's what it's going to be. The problem isn't going to be some female cat lady suffering with that. What is that psycho toxoplasmosis? Some psycho loony bin female surrounded by cats complaining about there not being enough female pilots. No, that we have to deal with. It's going to be the white guy that says, we should be fair. We should give them a chance because I'm trying to get laid by this one over here. And if I don't get you all to give her a chance, well, I'll never get laid. Well, then I guess you're never going to get laid. And you're going to do it without teeth. Almost 50 years later, the U.S. airline pilot population still lacked white erasure. Of course, they say still lacks diversity. That means you haven't white erased them, so we translate. One huge issue is that most would-be pilots who aren't white males don't know any. So this is what it comes down to. This is the claim now, that they can't become pilots because they don't know anybody who's already a pilot and who's already in the system. Anybody can, no information or access is being denied to anybody. This is anti-white lie. The claim here that you've got to know somebody who's already involved. And that's what's happening. The white guys, they don't know anybody who's not female or non-white. They don't know a single one. So that's how these different groups can get in the cockpit. Or maybe we should call it the crash pit, based on the current numbers that we're looking at. So they don't know anybody to guide them through the opaque pilot. So again, it comes to, you have to hold their hand. Their hand has to be held the entire way through the process. White guys don't need their hand held. Thus, those who enter the pipeline also tend to be white males who now make up only 30% of the population in the United States. How do you like that? David Gaddis style. How dare you be in the cockpit when now, after all the white erasure that we've performed, you're only 30% of the population that built and sustains this fucking country. Really appreciate the pseudologic anti-whites are using here. We've got to get rid of the rest of you because we've already gotten rid of so much of you, so many of you, and so much of what you create. We really appreciate that logic. Tell me again, cuck, how this is an abstraction environment. Tell me again. The remaining 70% represent a lot of potential talent being left on the ground. Fortunately, the airlines are starting to do things differently. They're going to white erase the hell, and they've been at it. Chicago-based United Airlines decided to make piloting careers more accessible by opening their own flight training academy for females and non-whites only. That's not discriminatory at all. No, that's not discriminatory to white males at all. To open up academies where they are excluded. Twitter exploded in response. One accusing United of being woke and claiming that the program is dangerous, the abstraction dangerous. Not talking about anything real here. Here you have it again. Hire the best person for the job, period. Meritocracy all the way. Yay, meritocracy. Somebody get this freak a bottle with rat poison in it. But meritocracy only works when the playing field is level. Oh, it's all slanted against them. Anti-white narrative. More excuses for reasons, as I said in my tweet. Reasons. Oh, it's slanted against them. Not in the real world, but in your fiction it is. And United is just trying to make it level, just trying to make it fair by excluding white males. This is insane. This is infuriating. So let's hop then and see, looking at the recent data, which is really interesting because Google is anti-white as all hell. So it's going out of its way to try to say, well, this is the data, but it's highly contested. Is it the data or isn't it? That 70% of the accidents are due to female and non-whites in control. Is that a fact? Is it the data? Now remember, this is the data being massaged. This is 70%, 68%, I think it said to be exact. When 10% of the pilots are female and non-white, if you have 10% of the females, and now here we're also talking about ATC, 10% are female and non-white, but you're getting 70% of the errors, the mistakes, the crashes, the etc. coming from the 10%, you got a problem. So is that the data or isn't it? And we see how the cucks they want to defend. You got the little army captain flying her Black Hawk right into a civilian airliner who was doing everything white, right? Killed those white male pilots and everything on that. Killed her white co-pilots. Flew it right into it. I showed you what the headlights on that thing looked like. It was dawn. How did it happen? I explained to you in detail. And they're rewriting history, by the way. Every day that goes by, they rewrite the history of what took place there. Every single day. What happened? This female was not able to fly a Black Hawk. It was consuming so much of her attention to fly the Black Hawk helicopter just to keep it airborne that even though her white co-pilot, who was the trainer, inferior, he was a subordinate in rank, was saying, descend, go left, descend, go left, even though he was saying it and expecting that surely she would do that any minute. There are headlights that could be put in a NFL stadium coming at us, thinking she's going to do it. She's got to. She's going to. Look at the lights. She's still full focus on just barely flying this thing right into this thing, right into that ATC aircraft. The history will be rewritten that it was just an accident that couldn't have been avoided. It was because of this or that or any other reason. It's anti-whiteism. So that's what has to be done. But then it tells us here in the Chicago Sun-Times, but don't worry, these programs are not handouts. That's exactly what they are. They're paying, it can also be very expensive. When you're a white guy, and I know a lot of pilots, and so many of them, they didn't go in the military first. They didn't come out with all the training. They had to go get the training. They spent massive sums of their own money to get trained on how to be a pilot. Massive. Went into debt, on and on, lived like paupers, eating ramen noodles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for years. So they'd have enough money to pay for all their training just to get treated like this. How many competent white guys are going to go through all of that when they know the odds are stacked against them in actually being able to become a pilot? Program fees are upward of $90,000. Although the airlines offer financial assistance through grants and partnerships with aviation organizations. So they're paying for these women and non-whites to various degrees to learn how to fly. What are you going to get? It's the same thing with these businesses. White men want to start businesses. You got to compete with the people who are having their taxes forgiven, being given grants. Obviously, you don't pay those back. Loans that are then later forgiven because it's non-white or female owned, and then everything else, free accountants to do all of these other things. And as a consequence, the white guy trying to go into business has to pay for all that. He can't compete. If you're a white guy and you're competent and you believe that you are destined to fly and keep us safe in the air and get us to our vacations and get us to our business meetings and get us to our loved ones and bring our loved ones to us, if you think that that's for you and you want to go and get trained, you're going to be spending $90,000, almost entirely of your own money, if not entirely, to learn how to fly. And then when you finally apply for the job, they don't want you. They're white erasing you. You're competing against somebody who's living happily because their bills are getting paid. By whom? By the tax dollars. By the bills that flyers pay to these airlines to be in the air that are then reimbursed by the tax dollars. This is going to shit. And it's shit in the Ganges of Washington, D.C. now. Shit everywhere. Why airlines aim to train more women and people of color. The articles are unending. Now you have the professors, you have the teachers, I guess I should say. Elementary school. I told you about a special needs kid who ended up walking down a highway because as the students peeled off and went their own ways after their anti-white protest, the special needs kid didn't know what to do. He just kept walking down one road to the next, ended up on the highway. Intermediate, so junior high school, we're talking about kids that are 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, up to 18 high school level, who are being taken by their anti-white teachers, all of this white erased in education. They're trained to be anti-white terrorists. They're trained to be anti-white provocateurs. They are so hateful of the white race that even a white woman walking down the road with her long blonde hair, and they see her while they're out and protesting against the white race under the guise of it being anti-ICE, they immediately attack her. Well, I mean, cucks. What is it about again? What abstraction is it again that made them attack the white woman with the long blonde hair? What abstraction was that again? Or was it just disrespecting authority? Or they seem to be obeying the anti-white authorities. So is authority the abstraction that is being infringed upon? Obviously not. What about when I showed you the videos, there was a collage put together of all the videos. They were out on the streets being anti-white, teens and preteens. And then what did they do? They began attacking pickup trucks because they perceived, obviously, that must be a white guy in the pickup truck. So what happens when you're not anti-white, though, and you're a teacher at a school? What happens if you decide that you're going to help them? Maybe you're just not radically anti-white. Maybe you're not necessarily against anti-whiteism, but maybe you feel like, hey, if every other group can be represented here, then maybe a conservative group can be represented here. Sure, I will help you all get that group together. You're fired. That's what happens. How's that going to get fixed, cucks? New York City high school teacher ousted after helping students launch a Turning Point USA chapter. A teacher at Charles W. Baker High School in Baldwinsville, New York, was ousted after helping students start a Club America chapter. The high school division of Turning Point USA found, when I was in junior high school, they had this thing called the International Club. And it wasn't white international. When they said that was a euphemism back when I was in, they were like, oh, that's the International Club. And I said, well, then can we have a white one? Absolutely not. That would be white supremacist. Wait a second. They've got this non-white foreign club that no foreign white kids are in because it doesn't cater to foreign white kids. But we can't have, absolutely, you can't have a white one. So looks like it's still going on. Jennifer Fusolo, a Spanish teacher at the high school in a suburb outside of Syracuse, was placed on paid leave of absence in January, just weeks after she agreed to help students establish a Club America chapter, her supporters say, according to a report by the New York Post. The district can confirm that a staff member has been placed on paid administrative leave while a matter is under review. The Baldwinsville Central School District told parents and staff in a February 10 letter after receiving a number of media inquiries. So what has been employed? Cuckery since the 1950s. Schmuckery since before that. It's 2026. If you're a Spanish teacher and you decide you're going to help students in a high school start and remember, for so long, the cuck said that would never happen. That's only going to happen at universities. That only happens at college. It shouldn't happen there. The anti-whiteism shouldn't be there. Oh, but it only happens there. But it's going to end up in all the high schools. It's already in all the high schools and intermediate and elementary school. It's just going to get worse and worse. No, it won't. We are following established administrative and legal procedures, and we are unable to comment further or share additional details, of course. The Baldwinsville Central School District went on to say that while it, quote, cannot discuss or comment on specific personnel or student matters, we want to assure our community that the well-being of our students, except for the white ones, staff and families, remain our highest priority. Of course, except for the white ones. The district is firmly committed to providing a safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for every individual except for the white ones. The school district said, our policies, practices, and values reflect our belief that all members of our school community, except for the white ones, deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Students rallied in support of Fusolo creating a petition that declaring the teacher is currently facing discrimination for her spiritual and political beliefs and called for her to be reinstated. She has been on administrative leave and is pending termination. The petition reads, we believe no educator should be punished for their personal beliefs. How many times have you heard that over the course of your life? The cucks coming out. How many times? How many times do you have to hear the same shite? How many times from the cucks? How many times? We believe everybody should be represented. We believe it's done. It's dead. It failed. Shut up. Please sign the petition to show it should be a petition about how anti-white the school district is. Sign here if the school district is anti-white garbage and everyone should be fired. Mrs. Fasulo, we want her back where she rightfully belongs. The petition has collected more than 2,300 signatures as of Sunday. During a February 9 board meeting, Club America, the funny thing is, this woman could even be non-white. If she's doing anything that undermines anti-whiteism, even the slightest bit, gone, fired. What are you, some kind of Hitler? She could be a non-white Hispanic married to a transgender black guy, fired. What are you getting in the way of anti-whiteism? What else is going on at the schools? According to New York Post, Trans Minnesota Democrat brazenly argues that kids need access to porn sites for educational reasons. Now, this individual is saying it's for the good of the trans kids or the queer kids. It's for the good of the queer. How do you know which ones are the queer ones that you're going to give access to porn to? Of course, they don't know. They're starting with the queer kids, according to this individual, and therefore we don't know. Maybe somebody is, maybe they're little, maybe. And so all the kids have to get access to hardcore pornography so they can be educated. Find out what you like. Find out what you want to do. A transgender Minnesota lawmaker ignited an online firestorm. This is at the schools. Do you really think Miss Fasulo, whatever her name is, that she's got a chance? Any others out there that are going to push back against anti-whiteism? Ignited a firestorm of ineptitude after brazenly arguing against age limits on porn sites, claiming that kids need access to the X-rated content for educational purposes. Human sexuality can be wrecked, horribly wrecked. And maybe it has something to do with the higher intelligence of the human animal, whatever it is. But as we have seen, as there are infinite numbers of cases, if you take kids at a young enough age and you introduce them and their evolving sexual desires to something that's not exactly productive or healthy, or maybe something that's wildly destructive, that people can get sidelined. They can suddenly have an interest in something that they would not have been interested in. And people in so many of these anti-white circles, they are totally aware of that. That's the point. That's the point. You can make people that are into a bunch of, if you doubt it, where in a natural environment would a human animal become interested in sex with inanimate objects? Where would that happen in a natural environment? There would be no species if that was a normal thing that would happen. Where in a natural environment would all of this proliferation of sexual desire for all of these other things, where would it happen? How could it happen? It's a consequence, in my opinion, of course, the ear is against the door, of what people end up being introduced to. Where in a natural environment would the human animal, when there's no such thing as anime, where would the human animal become sexually focused on and only focused on sexual fantasies within cartoons. How could that happen in a natural environment? It doesn't. It didn't. There was no cartoon. There were no cartoons. But if you introduce cartoon pornography at the right age, in my opinion, you'll get a lot of people whose sexuality is bent on that outcome, that desire, that fetish. And in my opinion, I'm no doctor, except maybe I'll leave that blank. I'm no doctor, but in my opinion, if you introduce them at the right age, then these anti-whites in various anti-white circles will get more of the kind of people they want to access for sex. State Rep Leah Fink, a two-term Democrat who identifies Fink as a woman, pushed back against a proposal that would require age checks on porn websites to shield children from accessing the raunchy adult material. And of course, what do they go to? This is going to harm the privileged groups that they, in the anti-white narrative, represent as victim groups. They're already victimized. They're so hurt. So what it's going to be the entire panoply of the LGBTQ plus. They're already so injured. They already hate themselves. So if you don't give porn to all of the kids, then you are harming these specific kids. This is the powerful argument in the anti-white narrative today to make to get the outcome that I was just talking about. The poll claimed attorneys generally in states with age verification laws are almost jubilant at the chance to block certain kids from explicit content that could educate them. This is what this argument that this anti-white POS is making. They're almost jubilant about being able to use these laws to ban young people from accessing content that could be educational. So if they are queer, so then since we don't know, and apparently they don't know yet, or they're keeping it a secret, then we see the writing on the wall. We know what they're doing. We know what they want to achieve. How do you know that all of your sons don't want to have sex with each other? How do you know? Well, you won't know until you show them a bunch of homosexual porn. Just make sure you do it at these critical moments of sexual maturation. You are a principal. You have LGBT students in your school. And we also know that they're not receiving sex education for queer kids. What is sex education? It's just sex education. We know that prurient interest could be, for many people, the very existence of transgender kids. More and more people are saying there are simply no transgender kids. This person will make sure that there are. The anti-white lawmaker Odd Rant sparked outrage after Moms of Liberty, a conservative parents group, shared a clip of the remarks on X. What a strange but not shocking in the least position to take. That's all it is. It's strange. Keep going, Moms for Liberty, and they will be showing straight up pornography in the classroom. That will happen. If you do not call this out as anti-whiteism, the white erasure of our norms, the inversion of our standards, if you do not call it what it is, which is that, if you do not, I promise they will be showing porn in classrooms. And then sky's the limit after that. Another woman in the Moms for Liberty said, it's concerning. Oh, damn, you got him there, Mom. You got him. It's concerning. Do you really think conservative women have a chance against this? What a joke. What a joke. Several digital naysayers accuse Fink of grooming kids, of grooming. That failed for us in the United Kingdom. And yet, here you have the white people in the United States, dumb as all hell. Well, they called it grooming over there for 4 decades, and it didn't work. So let's imitate it. They aren't even hiding the fact that they want to groom. If you want to use groom, say pedo groom. And sexualize young children with porn. They're not even hiding it. No shit. They'll be showing it. And the others called the stance pure arrogance and stupidity. Oh, you got them. You got them so good there. Gomer, you've got them there. What's the Gomerette? Hey, Gomerette, you got them real good there, Gomerette. Based, real. You got them, Gomerette. With that one, it's arrogance and stupidity. Is that what it is? Arrogance and stupidity? So this is a person in Minnesota. Look at how white it is and how white it used to be. I says, punctilious, as Candace would say, punk delicious. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have huge celebration to come. Don't go anywhere. It's going to get really good. But first, we're going to have a little bit of this.
My brother says it might not happen, but he's got dreams and longs of passion, dedicated to reclaiming our home, but passing it on to his kids is in the unknown. So much time and heart is there he left for this. Well, I would know, cause I've had it the best. Hoping to be blessed by his goddess a kiss. Take a look around, you are already rich. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. And you can't give up on all us when all that I can see is so much hope left. There is love in the West. When one falls away to wake and take her, the power's in your hands for you to lend and save her. He pulls a boulder rumbling fast and steep. A Promethean heart is all you need. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. And you can't give up on all us when all that I can see is so much hope left. There is love in the West. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. Your Promethean dreams are reality. Your Promethean queen has extreme beauty. And you can't give up on all us when all that I can see is so much hope left. There is love in the West.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to celebrate the successes of this past week, of which there is myriad, ladies and gentlemen. Get out your raucous emojis, your 007s. Thank you all for being here on this glorious night. Let's begin with "Thus spoke Zarathustra, and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music." Friedrich Nietzsche, ladies and gentlemen. That's this community. The rest are looking on, so confused. They don't know why we dance. And we dance because we know we are winning. Let's get into these. Oh, we got this coming up. Take a look at this. This is Eric from Down Under on Pauline Hanson. ABC is so anti-white. We got 24 empowered there. And this is another political party. Give it up for Eric. Down Under, the entire team Down Under. Australia GFC. Here he is again, ladies and gentlemen. 63 more people empowered by the white magic, the white baron. Eric, ladies and gentlemen, on Pauline Hanson. Again, 78 more people empowered in this political party. Having one good member of a group doesn't excuse the harm bad members of the group do to us. No anti-whiteism. Thanks. The entire team are rocking it down there, Down Under. Eric on Pauline Hanson again. Look at this. This guy is, look at him. 24 empowered here. 76 empowered there. 37 more empowered here. Give it up. Big salutes. Eric, Australian GFC, knocking it out of the park. He ain't done. 177 more on Pauline Hanson, empowered with the white magic of white well-being. Give it up for Eric, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon NWG, 1,054 empowered on Martinez Politics, our friend. Anti-whites are driven by jealousy and envy. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Big salutes for all of these champions swashing. Thank you all for celebrating. Anglo-Saxon NWG, 1,097 more. This on Raging Europeans, who also gives him a like. Who else is sick and tired of white erasure? Big one of the 6 key concepts this week. 2,426 more empowered in Raging Europeans. Who else is sick and tired of anti-white terrorism? Raise your hands. Empowering thousands and thousands of human beings. The great general, Anglo-Saxon NWG, back again. 1,431 more. Who else is sick and tired of systemic anti-whiteism on Raging Europeans? The audience being empowered with a white magic that causes the community to glow. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Cool Papa J Magic, we don't even have. Apparently, the great Cool had a great week, and I think we only have 1 or maybe 2 of his victories. So celebrate extra hard for the champion. Here he is on Matt Walsh. Working up to 200 empowered here off the bat. They don't care about real history, in quotes, or facts or logic, in quotes. He writes only what serves the anti-white narrative and keeps anti-whiteism at the forefront of Western politics. Give it up for the General Cool Papa J Magic. Let's keep it going for Dandy Westman, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Epic meme usage. Britain must root out anti-whiteism. And this is on the post by Rupert Lowe MP. We like him a lot. And we're going to encourage him to use more of the lexicon. 6,619 people gifted the white magic in Rupert Lowe MP's audience. Give it up. Show the love for Dandy Westman. Let's keep it going for End Wokeness, ladies and gentlemen. I told you, sometimes our swashing champions help him to get to the right place. And when we do, we celebrate 660,000 empowered and climbing this week by End Wokeness. He writes, this is what white erasure looks like. Oh my freaking God. Out of your seats, quadruple 07s, crowns and gems, End Wokeness. You do it like this, and we will always be celebrating you like this. Show the love. Oh, we got this coming up on Fleckus. Oh my God, look at this beautiful. The great Dean Danger of the West provides these beautiful books, ladies and gentlemen, these coloring books for the very young. And this is a little daughter of the West. Look at what a beautiful job she did. Let's hear it for these coloring books. Brant Danger, Celebrate Dean Danger School of the West. These babies, I know they love these books. I'm hearing firsthand they love them. Take a look at this. Let's hear it for these daughters and sons of the West that are working on these coloring books. Look at what a beautiful job. And then again, look at that beautiful job. Oh my God, what a fantastic job. And then also we have, look at this. Wow, the son of the West, H is for hero. Amen. Give it up for these white babies, sons and daughters of the West, ladies and gentlemen, and the great Dean Danger for making these and so many others available. Show the man and these babies some love. Keep it going here. Well. Basil here talking about this production of white erasure. And what does Elon Musk say, ladies and gentlemen? Since the race swap is never the other way around, this is obviously deliberate white erasure. They said we could never do it. They said we could never make it happen. Everybody on your freaking feet. The crowd roars. The richest man in the world. We've gotten the president of the United States and now the richest man in the world using the lexicon. This is your victory. This is our victory. This is the victory of Western kind. We have proof of concept millions of times over. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Celebrate Elon Musk and the House of Swash. It's been a long time coming and a lot of hard work with no pay. And this is what we've done. Nothing but love for our people. God will grant us the victory. God will grant this community the victory. Over 500,000 already seeing just a reply by Musk and climbing. Oh my God. We'll revisit this in just a bit. Check this out. This was discovered by Janitor of White Noir. Show the Janitor of White Noir some love. He's doing a lot of great things. Take a look at this. This is trending. Elon Musk backs Rupert Lowe's rejection of white guilt. Holy shit! Holy shit! Nothing but fireworks and explosions, crowns and gems. Holy shit! This is how we do it. This is how we change the world. Show the love. Show the love. Celebrate House of Swash. Our week, ladies and gentlemen. And the year 2026 is just started. Keep it going for Stoppa Antivitism. He was in a flurry. Take a look at this. 3,000 empowered. More anti-white fiction by anti-white radicals. 3,000 and growing. Just keep it going for Stoppa Antivitism. Stoppa Antivitism. 2,000 more empowered with white magic. Stoppa Antivitism. Keep it going. 173 plus 5 more. Stoppa Antivitism. Remember, you can take screenshots and see what these champions are writing. Since we don't have time to read it all. 118 more by the great Stoppa. And there's James coming in. James, another champion for white well-being. Celebrate. Stoppa Antivitism. He can't be stopped. 500, working on 600 more empowered by Stoppa Antivitism. Stoppa Antivitism, 131 more to the thousands. Another anti-white hate hoax. This on the Daily Mail, as you can see. Keep it going. Stoppa Antivitism, 113 more. She's a radical white anti-white. Oh my God. Quadruple 07s. Quadruple 07s for this hero. Stoppa Antivitism can't be stopped. 102 more empowered. 102 more. Stoppa Antivitism working on 400 more empowered. Delivered from anti-whiteism by Stoppa Antivitism. Give it up for Cindy Ben. Cindy Ben coming in this week. This is it Mercy, Grace in response to other races see themselves as a people, and we must do that as well. 377 here, 326 there. Jason Kuna talks about biospirit, how each race has a unique one that reflects our that reflects onto our environment, creating our culture. Give it up for the great Cindy Bin, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 1,000 people, 1,000 souls she saved this week. Give it up for her again. Almost 500 more. She was working on 1,500 souls saved by the great Cindy Bin of the House of Swash. Decorate this lady. Oh, we got this even coming up. Musk proclaims race swap deliberate white erasure. This is Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. Made this right here of the Elon Musk post. I love it. Give it up for Stoppa Anti-Whiteism and Elon Musk. Keep it going. TM is in the house of Zwash. Anti-white narrative in action. And this is on Libs of TikTok. 8,485 souls liberated from anti-whiteism by the great swashing general TM. Show the love. Biospirit of the West. Leader of the OT. 10,000.3 liberated by the great Biospirit of the West in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Give it up. Show the love. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. We did that, and everything we spread is able to be replicated, is able to be scaled, and we will do so much more. Let's keep it going for the great Biospirit of the West, leader of the OT, and assembling a chunk of these victories. Give it up for the great Franklinator, assembling a chunk of these victories, as well as providing us with the videos that we will play in a moment, as well as doing the timestamps. So let's give a big thank you to everybody else who jumps in from time to time to throw some timestamps in there, like For White Well-Being and some others. Show the love for these heroes. Everybody on your feet. Well done by these freaking champions. Well done. Let's also keep the celebration going for Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. Again, I wanted to acknowledge this guy's making so many of these epic clips, these videos that he makes, and makes me look 10 times better than I actually am. You gotta love that for the whole of the community. Show the man some love for specifically for those videos that are being picked up and shared. Do the same for all of the meme mavens out there. It's the memes that are changing the world, getting around the algorithms. They can't stop us. All of those tech nerds thought they were going to stop us with the deboosting, the shadow banning, but the memes get beyond it all. Big love for everybody, both in the OT this week and the solo activists this week. The OT led by the greatest OT leader of all time, Biospirit of the West. Show the love for all of these people, quadruple 07s, all of yourselves, and all the hard work that you are doing. Let's keep it going. Bada bang from the wild, the American Tribune. Restore Rhodesia, restore South Africa, restore America. Take a look at the beautiful meme as the audience takes a breath, ladies and gentlemen. How many people? 5,345 empowered by the American Tribune, who has a following of 62.7 thousand. From the wild, we're doing it. Diplomat for Western Kind, show the love. 9,041 people saved by Diplomat for Western Kind this week alone in the audience of graceful girls. Biospirit of the West, back again. 4,200 souls saved with the white magic of Go Free in the audience of concerned citizens. Give it up for Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Westman coming in again. 2,000 more souls saved with the white magic of Go Free in the audience of Paul Zaipula. Give it up for our friend Jill Colton, who has learned how to say white erasure, the white erasure of Toronto. We love it. Thank you, Jill. 48,000 people empowered by Jill Colton, our dear friend, this past week with the concept white erasure. Big salutes, quadruple 07s. Give this woman a bouquet of flowers, please. Shannon Oliver, the great Shannon Oliver, coming in. 3,437 people redeemed with the white magic in the audience of Elon Musk. Shannon Oliver, swashing general. Diplomat for Western Kind, back again. 5,124 more empowered by Diplomat for Western Kind in the audience of Rupert Lowe, MP. Keep it going. Biospirit of the West, working on 3,000 more souls taken to the breast of Western Kind in the audience of Mr. Obvious. Epic meme usage there. From the Wild, Autumn Musings, 2,746 people empowered from an account in the wild. Denazification, in quotes. I mean, anti-whites see all white people as Nazis. Using anti-whites, give it up for Autumn Musings. Well done. Shannon Oliver back again. 3,300, almost 400 more in the audience of Elon Musk. He redeems this week. Give it up for Shannon Oliver and all of these epic memes that he's making. And the guy's totally active, man. He's empowered. He's impassioned. Give it up for Dan. 2,189 more people Dan has empowered this week. Give it up for Dan in the audience of Radio Genoa. House of Swash had a hell of a week. This from the wild, Peachy Keenan, 27,000 people empowered using white erasure. Just exactly as we said, so many of these big accounts, exactly as we predicted would happen, right on cue, would begin using as a consequence of our success with the great Elon Musk this past week. And this in the audience of Peter Baker. Give it up for Peachy Keenan. Keeping it going, Metaron. Deliberate white erasure. Everybody's getting on board, and we love it. Big salutes to Metaron. 29,000 people this week. There you have the blue flame looking awesome, coming in there, swashing right under. 29,000 people empowered this week by the blue flame. Shannon Oliver, once again, almost 2,000 people. There's the great Hans as Distilbert. 2,000 more people empowered in the audience of End Wokeness. Give it up for the General Shannon Oliver. Biospirit of the West, OD leader, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience of Taya, bringing in a number in support, hundreds of more in support there. Taya here saying, believe it or not, the fake account Taya, using white erasure right on cue, working on 12,000 views. Even these bogus accounts can be encouraged to use the lexicon. Paul Zaipula, we don't like the end of this statement, but we like the beginning. Working on 4,000 people empowered. This is what anti-whiteism looks like in response to End Wokeness. Give it up for Paul Zaipula for the first half of his comments. Lazy B is here. 3,582 people empowered. Take a look at this beautiful meme with the website. She uses Erase Us as well. Give it up for Lazy B. She's got another one on the board. Weaponized language to silence and shame you. Anti-white slurs, she says. Over 5,000 more people empowered this week by Lazy B with this beautiful, powerful, eye-catching meme. Give it up for Lazy B and the meme maven who made that. Biospirit of the West, OT leader back again, 1,319 and climbing. Empowered with the lexicon in the audience of Humble Flow and underneath Elon Musk. From the wild, DD's North. Right here using a beautiful meme. Over 5,000 people empowered in the audience of Charlie Downs and underneath of Elon Musk. We'll keep it going. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen. He can't be stopped this week. He's a soul saver. He is a soul saver. 1,518. He saved this week in the audience of Heather McDonald, another one of our friends, ladies and gentlemen, who has taken up some of the lexicon, and we love her for it, don't we? Give it up for Heather McDonald as well. We'll keep it going. Here we have From the Wild, a moving target, sharing this beautiful meme, nowhiteguilt.org. 3,800 people empowered in the audience of Elon Musk. Give it up for the account in the wild. Julia on the board again. She's set to make it a weekly trend. She says it's just anti-whiteism. Shares this beautiful meme. 2,900 people liberated in the audience of Richard Murphy. Underneath Rupert Lowe. Show her she's coming in. She's helping. She's helping because Rupert, we got to get him away from anti-white racism to just anti-white. We'll get there, though. We will empower Rupert the rest of the way, and he will be our man. Justin McDaniel, the champion. 11,000 souls freed from anti-whiteism this week, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience of Leela Cunningham underneath of Rupert Lowe. Give it up for the swashing commander, Justin McDaniel. Red, we have seen Red from the Wild several times now. The man is becoming a champion. 4,600 people empowered with this beautiful meme in the audience of Rupert Lowe, MP. Give it up for Red. Julia, back again. 1,736 more empowered. Swashing beautifully in the audience of Rupert Lowe, MP. Justin McDaniel back again. Beautiful meme usage. 1,900 people liberated in the audience of Rupert Lowe, MP. Give it up for Justin. He's doing the work of the gods, ladies and gentlemen. He's doing the work of the gods. Here he is in the audience of In Wokeness with the beautiful memeage. 5,758 people empowered in that audience this week. Justin McDaniel back again. Epic meme again usage. 2,000 plus more empowered in the audience of Rupert Lowe. Justin is going to be he's the swash general who is leading the swashbuckling over there. Going to make sure that Rupert doesn't fall victim to what so many politicians across the West fall victim to, and that is the psychological warfare of the anti-whites. Give it up for Justin McDaniel and his love of Western kind. Shannon Oliver says, I'm going to get on the board with another 5,350 people that he empowered this week. Magnificent verbiage, epic meme usage in the audience of Dr. Ricardo Duchesne, another friend. Good to see the gentleman still rocking it. Give the love to both of them. Look at this, another friend of the community, ladies and gentlemen, the Golden One, reaching out to Tommy, saying, please stop using terms like, quote, racist. My God, Golden One, we love you for this. Anti-white rhetoric like this has to go. 20,000 people empowered by the Golden One. We love the Golden One. He's swashing on Tommy Robinson. Please stop using terms like, quote, racist. Well done, Golden One. Well done. Of course he's going to be a swashing champion. Look at him. Claudia Nebula is back this week. Said, I'm going to save some white souls. 3,041 of them this week. Saved in the audience of Zara Hussein. Well done, Claudia Nebula. Let's get the love. Show the love. My very own tweet this week on the DC Waterworks. 2,658 people hearing what I had to say, the most shadow banned man on planet Earth. Shannon Oliver back again. 5,400 plus more people redeemed to the white race and our cause in our friends' audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. Dallas Malloy, ladies and gentlemen, this is Dallas Malloy and Hank Teach coming together to make this video. Check it out. I've retweeted it. It's a powerful one. Hank is speaking throughout the totality of it. Check it out. Working on 1,000 views. Big salutes to Dallas and Hank, ladies and gentlemen. Swashing excellence. Into wokeness again, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to share this one more time. 661,000 it's saying at this point. There's Diplomat of Western Kind swashing underneath using white erasure. This was the week of white erasure. And of course, we have the big one, Elon Musk using white erasure. We are going to celebrate this in stupendous fashion, ladies and gentlemen, because not only do we have white erasure, a totally epic victory being used by Elon Musk. We said it could be done. Everybody said it couldn't. We have argued for it. We talked about this on Wednesday. If you want to go back and see the celebration there, it is time for a celebration of epic proportions, ladies and gentlemen. Champagne style for this. And not only that, but 3 million views on YouTube. 3 million fighting uphill views on YouTube, crawling over glass up a pitch like this the entire way against the anti-whites, against the censorship, against cutting our tongues out of our mouths, against those who claim to be on the right wing, against the cucks, against the schmucks. We've made it, ladies and gentlemen. 3 million views plus getting white erasure mainstreamed this week. Non-alcoholic champagne here to toast the entire house of Swash. Oh my goodness. De-alcoholized, it says there. Big salutes. Salute. Post. Cheers to the house of Swash. Ladies and gentlemen, cheers to the house of Swash and our victories. We have done this together. Nothing but raucous emojis and celebrations. We have done this together. 3 million views on YouTube against the odds. Nothing but tenacity, nothing but love, nothing but courage. This is all of you. Absolutely make this your victory. Big salutes to every single one of you. A big cheers to every single one of you. Absolutely mainstreaming white erasure. We did it. This community did it. Celebration isn't even over because now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Fleckus Talks.
Event, so
it's not racially sensitive enough.
Yeah, so that's what we're up to. That's all the DEI and white erasure in Joan of Arc stories and stuff. It's just the same stuff repeats itself.
Hey, you see how we tied it in?
Yeah.
From DC sewage to the ads to Netflix, Joan of Arc.
Yeah, it's a nice tie-in.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, ladies and gentlemen. 53,000 people so far this week and counting have seen Fleckus Talks, this video right here. Show them some love. Ramsey Paul, 3,400 people.
18th century Britain. And I swear to God, they had Africans in the crowd and an Asian woman. And one of the lead guys was, it looks like a Pakistani. It was this revisionism they do is deliberate, trying to erase white history. And it just is non-stops here. So depressing what has happened in Canada. And let's look at what Jill said. I like Jill. I'll have to maybe get her back on again. The white erasure of Toronto has been consistent since the 90s. Visit Toronto, Ethan.
Do you see the synergy? Exactly as we predicted, exactly as we strategize, exactly as we implement tools to achieve that synergy. Do you see it happening exactly as we say, ladies and gentlemen? Big salutes.
Center, and you're lucky if you even see a white person. The city has been minority white for at least a decade, but I guess the actual number of whites only accounts for 20%, not including Jewish people. But it's just not Toronto. All major Canadian cities are quickly turning into third world dumps.
And finally, we have Andre Williams, 14,000 views.
The answer to fear, to loss, to change is violence. Are you listening to me? I hope I'm saying it loud enough for the people in the back.
Men who
look like you, men who...
Let's just think about it. It's always black people like this
Mind you, Don Lemon is married to a white man. It's ass play every night in the bed. It's slave role play every night with Don Lemon and his white daddy. But he has the audacity to talk about white people, and these people will push this like anti-white narrative and this anti-white like rhetoric, and then like they're always sleeping with white people. It's always funny. You ever notice that? You have like these, isn't like Joy Reid, like doesn't she have like a white husband or some shit like that?
Big salutes to all of you in this community. What a set of achievements this week. God bless you all. We'll be right back. Oh my freaking God. It's getting hot in here. Let's keep the celebration going for the one and only Dude Bro Moment. Financially gifting $50. He'll be here. He's not on the board yet, but he'll be here and he'll write for white well-being. Big salutes. Dude Bro Moment. We are getting there together, ladies and gentlemen. Victory after victory. Let's keep it going. For a gentleman here, I don't know, are you new here? Michael financially gifting over on the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, $50 as well. $50 in writing. 07s. Let's give it up. Raucous emojis. 07s. 007s from Michael. $50. God bless you, brother. We'll come back to the other financial gifts here in just a moment, and we will refresh. We're going to get to all the ones to celebrate first. Yes, the mic is still working. And we have over here, if this will refresh for us, and we will see, we have first, last, ladies and gentlemen, walked into the House of Swash just now with $55. $55. And he writes with those 55 beautiful white baby dollars. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. It's a victory for this entire community. It's a victory for the totality of the House of Swash, that everything that we say would happen, that we've provided the tools and the explanations for how it happens, that it would happen. And here it's happening again and again, every little piece of it. God bless you all. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. For Corey, the great Corey, coming in here with $50 as well. $50 bill. Cheers to every single one of you. Cheers, cheers. My de-alcoholized sparkling wine. For those who might not believe, that's exactly what it is. It's delicious. God bless you. And Corey writes, thanks again, 07s. Thanks to you, brother. Big salutes to you. God bless you. Let me swivel back around here. Well, I'll check here, make sure we didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. What a big week this was for victories. All right, we didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. We'll get back to all of the other financial gifts as we move through here and make sure we didn't miss any. Remember to tag me as @ no white guilt. And if your comment scrolled away, then please do that now. Post it again so I can see it. All right. We have here on Entropy, we have the great, the one and only Stumbling. $10 financial gift. God bless you, Stumbling. Thank you for that. $10. He says with his $10, Rupert Lowe launching Restore Britain as a nationalist party is huge for our people. Absolutely agree. He cares about whites, but he needs the GFL, the Go Free lexicon. He has a team of trusted young advisors who are connected to the Lotus Eaters. Most white positive is Charlie Downs, he says, along with Harrison Pitt and Lewis Brackpool. They are our way in. Brilliantly articulated. We're doing the thinking. We're doing the strategizing, ladies and gentlemen. We also had Phoenix Rising, and he's on the board here as well, sharing last night in a great space, extra shade for the shade tree by the Tree Godfather. And he was talking about all the different characters that are amenable, that we can be swashing on to help empower Rupert Lowe in this party as best as we possibly can. Give them as much support as we can. So thank you for that, Stumbling, coming in with some more info there. Well said. Phoenix Rising is here on the board on Entropy. $10 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Phoenix Rising, $10, writes for white well-being. Restore Britain. Restore America. Restore the West. I love it. That should be the chant. That should be the chant of restore. Wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't it be recognizing that we're a single people? Wouldn't that be amazing? Lead the way. White brothers and sisters in the UK, lead the way. Take the lexicon, arm the party with it, lead the way. Tell the West. Big salutes. I love it. I love it. How epic. Well said, man. Well said. What do we have? Okay, we're good. Don't have anything on D Live gift wise to get to, and nothing. Okay, didn't miss anybody on Premium Rumble. Let's see. We have Brian financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, good sir. Big salutes. $10 bill over here. Thank you for that. We have Yiz the Unifier writing weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Yiz the Unifier giving a $5 bill financial gift. Thank you so much for that, Yiz. And we have the one and only Weldon with a $5 bill as well in the House of Swash. And he writes with his $5 bill, Jesus Christ is God. God bless you, Weldon. Good to see you. And thank you so very much. I'll keep all this open to make sure I don't miss anybody's potential fun. And God bless every single one of you. Every single one of you. God bless every that are celebrating and all the work you do, especially if you have not been publicly recognized. Maybe you don't want to be. Maybe somehow you've fallen through the cracks. We don't want anybody to fall through the cracks. We want everybody to be recognized. I am saluting you with coffee. That's even better than champagne. Everybody's celebrating. I love it. BD Meanie is here. Hello and welcome. Good to see you. For White Well-Being is here. All right. We have a mailbag. We have something in the mail, the Thaumatological mailbag. I was very happy to see something. Let's have a look at what's in there. Oh, it's this beautiful card with horses on the front. And it is, ladies and gentlemen, get out your raucous emojis. It is 20 Canadian bacon dollars. 20 of them Canadian bacon. They're the tastiest of dollars. Raucous emojis for Maryland. Big salutes. Big salutes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's the best. Those are the best tasting dollars of all time, the Canadian bacon ones. Thank you so very much. 20 big salutes, big raucous emojis. Bam. Cheers. What a week. What an exciting week. It's like magic, isn't it? When you articulate exactly how things are going to work, and you say, we do this, that will happen. We do that, the other thing will happen. And then it plays out exactly. And especially when you invest work to make it happen, you've got to have faith. You've got to have reason and logic to follow how it works. You've got to have faith. You've got to stick with it. You have to be persistent, and you've got to continue day after day. But then it materializes. Then we see the victories. We see it working exactly as we said it would, all the way to the point that as soon as, just like we said, when popular people legitimize a concept, those below will immediately get on board. That's exactly what happened with Elon Musk, and it will continue to happen. And we'll continue to have challenges. We'll continue to have setbacks where they say dumb things or self-destructive things, but we're going to continue working. We're going to continue winning. And eventually it's unstoppable. It's irresistible. You cannot stop this from happening because we're going to continue pushing. It doesn't matter how much shadow banning. It doesn't matter how much censoring. It doesn't matter. We're not stopping. We're going to continue to find ways to circumvent. We're going to continue to find ways to win. It doesn't matter who slanders us. None of it matters. We're going to make it happen. Cheers to all of your hard work in the various ways that you have fought for white well-being. Cheers. This is a big day to celebrate here. February 22nd, 2026, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. How would you like to be anywhere else where they're all hating life? Where they're all just complaining and sad and bitching and black-pilled and depressed about the world? No, thank you. We do not have any announcements today. So what we have left to go over, aside from your comments, your tags, remember to tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt. We have the lesson of the day, which is a little different. And we have our content creator share segment, which we will get to in just a moment. So be ready to mark the time, the hour, the minute, and second that we begin so you can come back when we're done. And make sure you follow all of these people. And I want recommendations for those who should be on the list as well. And maybe insight if there's somebody that shouldn't be on the list anymore. I want that help as well. Pappy the Wanderer is here. Hello, hello. Firelight is with us. Good to see you. Look at all the celebrating by Ivan. Ivan he's always like top 1, 2, or 3 in the celebrations. You got to love this guy. What a champion. What a hero. All right, I'm going to take a look at tags right now. We'll see if anybody has tagged me. Let's see. Is saying, Justin McDaniel's in the live chat. Good to see you, brother. He says, it says a number 2, though, so there must be a number 1, but I don't see it yet. A sentence that makes her the disingenuous villain. Anti-whites are slowly adopting our lexicon, and they don't realize it makes vagues see her as anti-white. That's the beauty of it. Thank you for being intelligent enough and your objective being pure enough, the arresting of our victimization, to be able to acknowledge this, to be able to see it for what it is. Thank you for that. Stumbling writes, it's almost scary how effective our swashers can be. Imagine if we had twice as many, 10 times as many. Yeah, imagine. When you have the formula that works, you can't ask for more. Azimuth Clark is in the house. Good to see you, champ. Azimuth Clark saying, people will never use those words. Yep. Oh, I love it. I love reflecting on all the folks that said, no one will ever say those words. No, don't let him talk. He's got too many weird words. No one will ever say those words. Pinky in the air. Pinky in the air. No, we're bigger than that. We only speak with what the profs use. Oh, they're anti-white, so it's still the verbiage of profs. Losers. It's going to make it feel so much better when I get to sip my champagne and they have to come up and kiss the rings like Don Corleone. They've got to come kiss the ring. Fealty, apology, and fealty moving forward. Yes, I can taste their envy in the champagne. And that was my tweet from earlier in the week. That was fantastic. What a big week. The anti-Jews, lowest point of their existence, of their schmuckery. Here they are, their guy. Oh, he's got some muscle, and he wears a really cute mini skirt. Got that big SS and desk head paired with a mini skirt. Meanwhile, you guys will never spread any of those words. Nobody will ever use that. What Trump used? What Elon Musk used? Shit. We dine on their envy. Sean says, congratulations to you and all of the heroes I have come to know and love for white well-being. Amen to you, Sean. Thank you for that. Big salutes from me personally for everybody coming out of their seats, really celebrating like wild champions. I love it. Man, this team did it. This team did it. This is the vibe. This is the vibe. This is how it's supposed to hit. Great Franklinator is there saying deport all these losers. Absolutely. Go Free CCD says, do you have an MC for Black History Month? I don't think we have a specific MC response. Do we have? Because ultimately, it depends, I guess, if it's being wielded against you. No, we wouldn't have one just for Black people celebrating history, even if it's fraudulent. We would object to not their celebration of history, but to where it infringes on our actual accomplishments, where it steals our accomplishments. So has it been used against you as a meme pathogen? Tag me again. Let me know. Julian says, I am for Restore Britain, but it needs to get rid of the white negative elements within itself that poison the image of Western kind. Yes, if there are white negatives in there, they have to address that. It will just be another failure if they don't. Sean says, God bless you and Church of Western Kind. Amen to that, brother. Thank you. God bless you. Yeah, if Rupert Lowe suddenly starts talking about Arabs or Muslims, or instead of talking about the white guys and white people and white erasure, won't be good. That won't be good. Cindy Bin is with us. Southern Bloom is here too. Well, says JK 160. He wants some Fournol. I don't think we have Fournol lined up. What a set of victories, though. Losing my voice, shouting in here like a maniac. You can only imagine what the neighbors think. That guy's shouting again. Content creator share segment. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Cindy Bin's new Substack. Substack.com at Cindy Bin 222124. I presume I have the right one. Cindy can correct me. Andrei Moisejev. @ ARTOFMYTH. All of these people are on YouTube, but what I have here in front of me might not necessarily be the YouTube link. I still got to get that. Schoolofthewest.world. Yiz @ Yiz the Eunuch. Fournol @ FORNELIUSNULLAND. Also, WesternKindGames.com. For null USA on Twitter. He also has a blog, westernparagon.blogspot.com. Jubilation Media, that's lovely porridge. @ Jubilation Media. @ Final Blossom, for the great Final Blossom. He also has a newsletter, finalblossom.substack.com. Biospirit of the West. Let's see, we don't have the Cora anymore, but we do have @ Biospirit West on Twitter. And on Rumble, he is Biospirit of the West. For White Well-Being is @ For White Well-Being. Dino Storm, @ Dino Storm. Also, StudioDinoStorm.com. White Student Transmission @ White Student T on X. Aussie Mike. You remember the great friend Aussie Mike covering the murders of our brothers and sisters in South Africa. On Twitter @ Traditional Mike. Wing It Productions @ Wing It Prod, Prod. Ye Old European. We have a website. It's a Dutch website, WESTERWELZIJN.BE. Promethean Kitchen @ Promethean Kitchen. Seamus McCarthy @ SAMUSKI36 on YouTube, and @ CAPERNICUS 418 on X. Anglo-Saxon NWG @ Anglo-Saxon NWG. Based White @ Based White NWG, and @ Based White NWGG on Facebook. No White Guilt Clips. You remember our champion? He is in life. He's dealing with life and stage of life, and he'll be back. And you can find him NWG Clips on X, and No White Guilt Clips on Instagram, Gab, YouTube, BitChute, Facebook, Rumble, Truth Social. He's even on TikTok at Jason Goes Political Show. Nathan Lentini @ Nathan Lentini 8001. The Great Sloths @ SLAUGHTZ. And the Tree Godfather @ The Tree Godfather. Now, we also have a list on YouTube in the description. When you work your way down into the description, you'll see a host of links of folks who create music, some of them actual musicians, and you'll also find links to the people who are making a lot of the memes, a lot of the clips that you can use, I guess the clips you can use for your own edification, but also to share. So check out the description underneath all of the YouTube live streams. And of course, the most recent are going to have the most up-to-date list. And you'll also find Cindy Ben's new link there if I got it wrong. Check it out. And like I said, let me know if there should be any inclusions in this list that we read from time to time, anything that should be excluded. My ears are open. Dandy Westman is with us, ladies and gentlemen. He says, without anti-whiteism, our commercial pilots would be what Richard Russell, Sky King, could have been if not for the white erasure of the airline industry. Precisely. The Sky King, of course, years back, what was he, a mechanic? And realized that nothing he ever did in life, he was never going to be able to achieve anything he wanted, any of his goals, because of anti-whiteism. So he jumped on board an empty aircraft, took it up in the skies, flew it around, did amazing acrobatics in a plane not meant for that. And that was all just raw talent. He was on the tower, and the tower said in the conversation with him that Rachel Russell had said, yeah, I could have been a pilot. And the guy in the tower trying to bring him back with the airplane said, oh, we can make that happen. He said, no, I'm a white guy. That was years back. Consequence of the white erasure of the pilots. He could see the writing on the wall. There are millions of white men, and this is the great injury that's done to white men, white boys, Western civilization. Because when we realize that it doesn't matter how talented we are, it doesn't matter how intelligent, it doesn't matter how many dues we pay, it doesn't matter how long we wait, none of that matters. That we are going to be discriminated against on the basis of our birth. We don't try. And then all of the younger white guys say, look, they can't make it even when they try. They're shafted their entire life. They lead miserable lives as a consequence. So why should I try? This is the destruction of a people. So there are enormous consequences for that reverberate far beyond the individual cases of individual discrimination, corporate-wide, national, international-wide discrimination against white males that are going to be very hard to come back from. It's not going to be easy to convince the white male population that, oh, now moving forward, you'll be treated fairly. No, you won't. You won't. There are an infinite number of white guys like myself who should be leaders in their community. They should be well into six-figure salaries with big, happy families and on community boards and, people begging, come on the board. We want you to help us figure out how to do this or how to do that. But we can't be there. You saw the government that we showed you out there on the West Coast. What was it? Washington State or Oregon or whatever. And that little guy with the 4-inch heels and the best painted nails in the entire government, and the mestizo looking guy in charge of the importation of mestizos, and women running all around of various types, total airheads and brutish thugs. And no, we should be, white males should be in those places, but we're not. That's why the West looks like it does. The envy of the cucks and the schmucks. Let's listen to Foster, one of our Australian brothers.
First light breaks across the paddock. My boots leave prints in morning frost. Granddad's fences need some mending, just like thoughts that got me lost. The morning light shows me who I am. No need to wear another's brand. This soul beneath my calloused hand. The morning light shows me who I am. Each fence post tells a story about the ones who came before. My path ain't there's a chart now as I open up these gates. crumbles, I run free. This land don't judge it just to see the truth in what I see. Sun climbs higher over the tree line, clearer now than yesterday. What others claim I ought to carry ain't my burden anyway. The morning light shows me who I am. No need to wear another's brain. This soul beneath my calloused hand, the morning light shows me who I am.
I thought, Daughter of Eve, good to see you, Daughter of Eve. I thought her comment went perfectly with this song. Your wealth is your people. Never forget it. Amen to that. We have our lesson of the day and whatever you would like to talk about in our remaining nearly 20 minutes together. So make sure to get your comments together at symbol no white guilt. At symbol no white guilt. The great Samuski is with us. There he is. Good to see the champion. Big salutes to you, brother. Champion. Fighter for the West. Maverick is in the house as well. Good to see Maverick. The House of Swash. Another hero, another champion has entered for the celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, check it out. Falk has provided us with this beautiful spectacle in the magic window. Thank you so much, Falk. All right. Let's get to our lesson of the day. Can you believe it? We got Elon Musk saying white erasure, and then everybody else following suit. Man, how many years have we been going with people saying your way won't work? Our way that has failed for generations will. NWG Janitor of White Noir is here over on Premium Rumble. Good to see you, brother. Let's see if there are any tags for me. High Taxes says, hey, NWG, can you see the Rumble comments? I sure can. Try, but tag me as No White Guilt just to make sure. At symbol No White Guilt. That your comment will get nice and bright for me. And I don't see Spartan is with us over there on Premium Rumble. Hello and welcome. Great to see you. All right, didn't miss anybody over there. Let's check D Live. Didn't miss anybody there. And there is Dude Bro Moment, exactly as we predicted he would be. He is so reliable. Dude Bro Moment, great to see you, brother. We were just celebrating you. All right. So, our lesson of the day. When we are with family, friends, strangers, or whatever it might be, and we're thinking about swashing on them, there are some normal reactions that we can feel that are unproductive. And what they do is they burn our energy that we could be using in that conversation. So we're going to talk about these, what I have written down here, 5 fatigues. 5 fatigues. Nothing But Win says he appreciates the music. Thank you for that. That's over on X. 5 fatigues. Decision fatigue. Should I swash? To swash or not to swash? That is the question. Don't ask yourself if it is a scenario, or rather, I guess I should say, don't debate it inside of yourself. If you have a scenario that you've looked at and it looks like it's safe enough to swash, you're not going to get attacked, maimed, or murdered by swashing. The longer you stand there, sit there, whatever it might be, cycle there, swim there, the longer you contemplate whether or not you should swash, you're burning up energy. You are replacing what would be this energy that would be useful to you in the conversation with anxiety. When you ask yourself, should I or should I not, you'll begin thinking about all of these other reasons. And all of these things that make you insecure will suddenly get loud in your voice, in your mind. The subconscious training of anti-whiteism will get loud. It will tell you all of the things that you've learned over the course of your life when it comes to what people are thinking and how they will respond, that everyone will hate you, that they'll think you're ugly, that you'll have no friends. So you don't want to burn yourself up with decision fatigue. It is eating your energy. It is replacing it. It is supplanting it with anxiety. You can ask yourself, is this the right time? And what would be good here? I mean, maybe you're in the line at a grocery store and you're about to walk away and suddenly you realize, hey, there's a magazine cover. It's totally anti-white. You could say to the person behind you in the cashier, wow, that's anti-white, and then just keep walking. Don't sit there and then think, should I say that that's anti-white? Should I not? What will the person in line think? Do not occupy your mind with that kind of thinking. Once you've determined it's safe, I'm not going to get killed or whatever, hit it. Don't think about it anymore. Don't debate it. The next fatigue is persona fatigue. Don't start contemplating whether or not you are presenting a certain way, whether it's your language skills or your hairline or your attire that day or your posture or how you are perceived by others. Beyond that, all of these little signals that we send with our movement, our face, our etc. Don't burn yourself up with asking about your persona. The more time you think about that, the more opportunity you're giving the subconscious mind to tell you that anti-whiteism is the one true God of all time. Everyone will hate you for this. The more time you will be spending supplanting the energy that you could use in that conversation and the clarity of thought that you could use with anxiety. The more anxious you become, the less effective you are going to be in the conversation. One of the other important things that we mentioned, I think it was last night, we were in that space for a long time last night. We were also with Tracy on her space for all, and they kept taking that down. But you can find a link to it if you wanted to follow her and her spaces as well on my timeline. But one of the things we were talking about is that the topics you cover and the subject matter and all of the really digging into the weeds of white well-being and even expanding those concepts, all of that is akin to Kung Fu theater, is akin to all of these different martial arts that are effectively ballet. When you get into an actual fight, so much of your brain shuts down. The same thing happens with a lot of these conversations because they are charged. So that is why Go Free is intentionally simple and applicable. Like we said, I don't know who said in the Perspicacious Comments, but it can be a hammer, it can be a scalpel. That was a brilliant way to put it. Don't burn yourself up with persona fatigue. The next is self-judgment fatigue. Self-judgment fatigue. Am I going to do this or that wrong? Have I done this or that wrong in the past? Now, you can say to yourself, it can be productive to say, well, the last time I tried starting one of these conversations or making a comment, I ended up following it up with something ignorant, maybe something white negative or whatever. Don't do that again. But then don't think anymore about your self-judgment. Don't beat yourself down at that moment. Don't ponder forever about your skills or lack of skills. The more you think about those things, the more anxiety you create, the more energy is burnt up. And every one of us has had the experience, because we're honest here, including me, where you thought about, should I say something too long? And then the opportunity is gone. You've thought about, should I, for too long, and then you're not able to overcome this inertia that you've created in the moment. So don't burn yourself up with the self-judgment fatigue. Don't burn yourself up with the fifth fatigue, which is reception fatigue. Don't think, what are they going to think about this? What are they going to think about me? What are they going to think about? How will I be? Don't focus on their reception. Are they going to get angry? If you've already determined you're not going to get maimed or killed, you've already determined you're in a work environment and you're not going to get fired. You've already determined you won't be fired for saying something white positive. Don't think more about their reception of it. The odds that you're going to be right anyhow are, depending on the thing that you speculate, could be nearly zero. So don't sit there burning yourself up with the reception fatigue. How are they going to receive this information? You just give the information. You just swash. So what should you do? How should you approach it? It's easy. Actually, that was 4. Because 5 is connected to how you should respond. 5 is outcome attachment fatigue. You never want to be outcome attached. That's one of the worst things. And we do this in all aspects of our lives, by the way. Don't say to yourself, this has got to work out this way or that specific way. Or if it's going to be good, it's going to look exactly like this. And if it's going to be bad, it's going to look exactly like that. Don't start creating these scenarios in your head. Just like all of the other fatigues in a scenario, you're burning up your energy. You're filling that space within you with anxiety. And you're not going to be able to recover, or at least to where you would have been had you just went ahead. You've determined you're not going to get fired. You're not going to get murdered. I'm going to go ahead and make the white positive comment. So then, if you're not going to be focused on outcome attachment fatigue, that it's got to be a certain way, or it's going to look this way if it's going to go right, or that way if it's going to go wrong. Should you be? You should be maximally engaged in that moment and outcome flexible. Maximally engaged, you're fully present in the moment. You're paying attention to the moment. You're not nervous and in a half fight or flight. You're going to take off from the scene. Fully engaged, and you are outcome flexible. Outcome flexible. They might be a little irritated at first. That's okay, because that still can lead somewhere positive. They might be completely happy with what you had to say. That's true, or whatever. Whatever they say, you're going to be flexible because you have the tools and the ability to have victory, no matter what it initially looks like. And if in the final analysis, they end up being anti-white, good. Now you've discovered that that's a useless POS and you can move on through life. You are every bit as happy with discovering that somebody is anti-white as you are inaccessible, too stolid, too hateful with anti-whiteism. You're every bit as happy about that as you are about finding somebody who says, tell me everything there is to know about Go Free. Both of them are victories. So remember that when you are maximally engaged and your outcome flexible, that both ends of the spectrum are victories. You just have to be flexible to be able to receive whatever it is through the spectrum. And that is our Go Free lesson of the day. So many cheers to the House of Swash. They said it couldn't be done. They said it couldn't be done. It makes it that much sweeter, doesn't it? Let's see what you all are saying before we roll out of here. Church of the West. See if there are any tags for yours truly, and we will refresh to make sure we didn't miss anybody who financially gifted. Good, nobody missed there. If we can have another week, half as good as this week, that will be glorious. All right, I don't see any. Wait, Winged Productions. This week, I swiftly and compassionately corrected a female customer when she referred to herself as, quote, just a white girl. I said, just? Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Well, it gets better. Maybe he's going to supply us with the rest. Cool Papa J Magic says, I'm talking to myself at the moment. He said, I said, just don't forget how awesome white people are. I love it. Winged Productions. Yes. Well said. Well said. Dude, bro, moment in the live chat. Frank is here as well. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, no other, talk about the illness of the white race. No other race is women. Could you imagine some Jewish woman saying, well, I'm just a Jew? No. Some black woman saying, well, I'm just black. I'm just a black girl. I'm just a Jew girl. That would never happen. That's the sign of the illness. That's why we share the remedy here in Service to White Well-Being. We do it every Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. We do it every Sunday. And we do it better than anybody else. As you can see with all of the victories, we do it better than anybody else. So God bless every single one of you. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Most of you already know this. Of course, you're here. Make it an alarm on your phone so that you don't miss it. Odds that you are going to be alerted are almost zero. Follow me on Telegram to increase the likelihood that you'll be alerted, but make it an alarm on your phone. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on every single Sunday. Church of the West. You don't want to miss it. We're the people reclaiming the destiny of Western kind. Every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a roll in Church of the West, followed by Rebel Roundtable, where we have a delightful educational conversation. They're always intriguing conversations that we have. You can mic up or you can just listen on the Rebel Roundtable. We look forward to seeing you there. Every single day is the Shade Tree. You want to catch the Shade Tree at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And with all of these, if you can't be there live, then listen and replay and educate yourself. Get the Go Free Dialogic, get the actual manual itself. Write in it, use it. You can get it digitally. You can get it audiobook as well. You got to get involved. You can be part of the reclamation of our destiny. You can be one of the apostles, one of these Herculean personalities that you see who are writing themselves. That's talk about having agency, writing yourselves into the pages of our story as the heroes of Western kind. That's the most glorious, the most noble, the most beautiful thing that anybody could ever do, especially in an age that has the power to call your love evil. God bless you all for doing the right thing. Your hierarch has spoken. Let's have another week like last week. I love you all. Let's go free.